Well, hello, ladies, gentlemen, and everyone in between. How the heck are ya? I am absolutely Diana Clarion, the Lavender Lady, and this is indeed Coffee with Lavender. And with us, we happen to have my dear friend and co pilot and co host, the one, the only, the brilliant, the beautiful, bionic dance, Kate Farr. How are you, dear?
I'm not actually here. I'm a hologram. No, I'm good.
And everybody,
Still waking up.
okay. And everybody let me know if you can hear the two of us, would you? Yay.
Yeah.
I think I've got it all fixed.
Well, I can hear Diana, but unfortunately, I can also hear Kate.
Ah.
Well, come on. A little self deprecating humor never hurt anybody. A sledgehammer to the toe has, but not a little self deprecating humor.
Yay. No, it's nothing like self deprecation. Nothing like it.
Nothing at all.
I don't know. I always look at it with, if I can't laugh at myself, if I can't look at myself critically, what good is it?
Well, I always say that if you can't laugh at yourself, the rest of the world will do it for you.
There you are.
Now,
Oh my, oh my, oh my. Both sound good. Yay! Okay! Something's gotta go wrong eventually.
yeah, maybe
like,
I should make something go wrong and then we'll have it past us. Of course, if I make it go wrong, haven't I made it go right, really?
yeah, really. Because as you said before we came on, would it be a show without something screwing up?
Did I say that?
Yes, you did.
Well, there you go, I guess.
You have a point. I mean, geez, when has one of my shows ever gone right from beginning to end? Really.
I don't know.
Oh my. But yes, here we are indeed in all our glory. No need to stand. Just throw money. 20s and 50s will do. Uh, oh my.
Okay, why do I feel like I just missed a reference to something?
Um, I'm
Those
trying to.
sounded like they could have been song lyrics.
I'm trying to remember where I first heard that. It was years ago with the no need to stand, just throw money. That's what I heard first, and then I sort of built around it with
Okay, but it still sounds like song lyrics.
it might have been, I don't know.
Mm.
Because I added the here I am in all my glory, and
Which
then
sounds like you're saying you're naked.
there you are. Not quite this morning, although I've been known to do it. Colleen, hi, how are ya? And
So,
then
I
the
mean, in all your glory is usually code word for naked.
mm-hmm. And then
I
I added the 20s and 50s will do as a reference to a Charlie Brown Christmas.
oh,
When,
okay. I haven't seen that since the Hoover administration. So,
okay, I don't know if you remember when Sally was
nope.
having Charlie Brown write a letter to Santa, and she said, if you can't think of any of the good things to bring me, just make it easy on yourself. Just bring money. Tens and twenties will do. And of course,
Hmm.
remembering that this was 1965, $10 and
Yeah.
$20 was quite a lot of money. So what are you gonna do? But
Yeah. Well, I like yesterday. I was no, it wasn't yesterday. God, when was it? It was like 2 days ago. I don't know. It doesn't matter. I went to the bank and I made a deposit and a withdrawal. And when I was making the withdrawal, I told him to make sure the bills were non-sequential just for the hell of it. And I mean, he thought it was funny, fortunately, but still.
oh my! Now I'm just curious. When you said you went to the bank, do you have to make an appointment to go into the
Nope.
bank? Okay, but
Nope.
as far
Mind you, there is a security guard who says only so many people in at once.
okay, because the last time I went to the credit union, you had to make an appointment to be let in.
Well, they could hardly expect that because the ATM was broken. And so you could hardly do your transaction, without an actual human.
Ah,
So, to force you to make an appointment when you expected to be able to use an ATM is just unreasonable.
okay then. There's a good thing. Yeah, that would make a whole lot of sense, definitely. Because yeah, I'm gonna have to go to the credit union soon enough because I'm gonna need more quarters, and definitely not
All
looking
right,
forward to it.
laundry, eh?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Keep
Uh,
forgetting you have to do that. Like it's been a while since I've been in a situation where it was a pay washer dryer thing.
mm-hmm. No, it's
You know,
cheap.
it's like I've owned my own for a good long time now.
I mean, it's cheap. It's compared to the other machines I've had to use in, say, commercial establishments. It's like $1.50 for a wash load, and then $1.50 for a dryer
Really?
load.
That
Uh,
seems like a lot.
well, some of the places that I have had to go to wanted as much as $3.50 for a wash load.
That still seems like a lot.
Yeah, that did seem like a lot. Let me tell you. Considering that it was like about 3 or 4 years ago that they wanted that much. There were some of the machines they wanted $5. The larger
I
capacity machines.
think
Um,
my old building, the last one that had a pay washer dryer, was like 50 cents.
oh wow, okay then.
Yeah, I remember not having to use a lot of quarters.
Yeah. As a matter of fact, what I'm doing at this point is stretching out the laundry trips. Wearing pretty much everything I have, and then cramming it all into the machine because I really don't want to be going through the crap of getting the quarters and making the appointment to go in and everything else like that. It used to be okay. I'd get $30 in quarters, and it was no big thing. But that was before the virus.
Yeah, that kind of put a crimp in everything, didn't it?
Oh boy, yeah, definitely. I long for the good old days, but what are you gonna do? I
Were
make
the days really that good? And frankly, at the time, they weren't old either. So,
Yeah, that's true. And, I mean, don't give me a hard time here when I say it, but, I don't know if I'll ever see the good old days again because I have a feeling that the whole COVID precaution thing is going to go for years and years and years.
well, that's because people are selfish motherfuckers who won't do what's necessary because they think everything is a plot.
Right, absolutely.
I mean, newsflash, people, not everything is a plot, and not everyone's out to get you.
Mm-hmm. Oh, geez.
Uh,
Florida has done the opening up stuff recently, and it's been too early as far as I'm concerned for that. And then there
mhm.
was the decision by the federal judge here in Pittsburgh that the governor of Pennsylvania exceeded constitutional authority when he issued the um, not guidelines, more severe than guidelines, directives back in
Mm.
May, closing all sorts of things and everything else like that. And I guess when that was done, even the small things that remained went away because now I'm seeing signs all over the place from restaurants with, we're open, we're come on in, all this. It's like I'm not going in, and I'm like,
Well, a lot of places here are offering outdoor dining. I guess the basic idea being that if it's not enclosed, nobody can get the virus no matter how close together the tables are. I don't know. But I know that a lot of people are eating out at restaurants, and I'm sitting there going, the most I will consider doing is takeout.
there you go. Well, I don't mind eating out. I just don't want to leave the house.
I don't mind eating out as long as she'll do it back. But I mean, in all seriousness, though, people are so impatient for it to get back to normal. And it doesn't feel realistic, unfortunately, to say, well, we'll just wait until the idiots who won't wear masks all die out, because I don't think that's going to happen enough.
I know. Yeah, it's going to take a while. I mean, there are going to be a lot of people dying. Absolutely.
But the problem is there doesn't have to be. That's the big
That's
problem,
the
is that there's
problem.
people like they just uh I mean, I get not wanting to have anyone tell you what to do. And that seems to be what motivates these people the most, is don't tell me what to do.
Yeah, well,
But
that sounds like they're 4-year-olds. You know?
but in this particular case, I mean, it's literally killing people. You're not, you're don't tell me what to do nonsense. Literally killing people, but they don't seem to care. And I mean, that's the thing, is so many people just don't seem to care about anyone else. They don't seem to have that gear in their brain that
Right.
says don't be a dick.
Yeah, I was arguing with somebody about that a week or two ago, where he was going on about this mask wearing with the force of government behind it is an infringement upon rights and everything else. So I gave him the standard reply. So, oh, you have to be against speed limits and seat belts and driving on the right side of the road and etc. He had no answer.
Hmm. Well, and that's the problem, is they never do have an answer, but it never sinks in either. Like, a lot of people go, "Oh, just say it and eventually they'll get the message." No, they
No,
won't. It doesn't
no.
work like that. People will compartmentalize, and it won't land, because they've already got their pet conclusions.
Yeah, like Greggy Poo, good old Pastor Locke. He was just going on about something like that within the last couple of days, and it's like, Jesus Christ, will you just put it away?
Well, I
Um,
don't I don't get that mindset. I don't get the people who are like, "Oh, God will save us. It's okay. We don't need any protection. And how dare you keep us from worshiping anywhere other than the building we insist upon?"
oh my, now this is interesting. Stool says that the UK is worse than we are at the moment.
Really?
Yeah.
That's hard to believe.
Yes, I find that difficult to believe as well. But then again, the Brits have been a little crazy over the past couple of years, so
True.
maybe.
I still don't completely get that whole Brexit thing.
Well, they didn't want the EU telling them what to do. I mean, that's
Is that
basically
all
what
there
it
was to
was.
it?
Pretty
Is that really
much.
all there was to it? I mean, the truth is that you're going to have people telling you what to do, and you kind of have to accept it a little bit. Otherwise, other people don't have to do what they're told, and they can go around really hurting you and your family. That's not what you want, is it?
Not
Ugh.
I. No, definitely not.
Stupid motherfuckers. Honestly, it's just. I mean, like in a weird way, I almost understand people who ended up becoming dictators for benevolent reasons. Like, I need to do this for all of you because none of you understand how to get it right, kind of stuff.
Oh, I know
You know?
that feeling. Oh, gods, do I know that feeling.
Yeah. And it's really hard to shake that feeling, because honestly, there are times where it feels like I'm the only one making any sense.
Oh, okay. Stool says no. Brexit was about racists not liking the brown people.
Well, isn't everything?
Yeah, pretty much. I just don't
Honestly,
know. This is the poo-poo-ness is what it is. But one
yeah.
thing I do notice, though, you get the people like Locke, Powell, etc. Those men of God, if you will. They don't want people telling them what to do, but they want to tell people what to do.
Well, and the thing is, I mean, they actually kind of do want people telling them what to do, or at least one person, or rather
Well,
one, or rather three people in one person, I guess.
I I have to wonder about that sometimes. I have to wonder how many of them actually believe their own horse shit.
Well, that's the thing, though, is I've noticed these people actually seem to love being under someone else's thumb, just so long as it's a religious thumb.
Okay,
I
okay.
mean, they seem to love being quote unquote servants of God. They seem to absolutely like almost fetishize it.
I know that many of them do. Yeah, it's what I see is okay. Straighten me out if no one don't do that, but
Mm.
correct me if necessary. I'm noticing personally, it's the pew sitters who really like to do that sort of thing, whereas the way I'm seeing it, those in charge are less inclined. Um,
Well, sure, but it's the people that are you know it's the parishioners, the pew sitters, as you put it, that we have to deal with.
mm,
Like those church leaders, they don't seem to have all that much power. But when you put all of the pew sitters together, they start to act with a fair amount of power.
yeah, and then some of that may be powered by proxy. I mean, for example, they tell their congregations how to vote with regularity.
Well, but
Um,
that's the best they can do is influence.
hmm And as far as I can tell, the congregations very happily go along with it. I mean, we
Well,
wouldn't
I mean, they
necessarily.
do love an authority figure. It's just got to be the authority figure they chose.
Yeah, um, yeah, definitely. Um, this is where we're running into problems. Well, like the thumbnail here. I mean, they want the theocracy, and it looks like they're going to have it.
It does. And the thing is, like, I've always assumed that I will be on the right side of history, but it looks like apparently not. Because these are the people who are going to be writing that history,
Yeah.
and according to them, I'll be the enemy.
Mm-hmm.
It does seem like compassionate heads have failed.
Yeah, and would it have helped for the compassionate heads to fight harder? I don't know. Um,
Well, then that's another problem. Is so many of these people seem to want to like have this peaceful, bloodless revolution, metaphorically speaking. Like they don't want to go for the jugular. They don't want to beat the Republicans at their own game. But that's a necessity. You can't play a nice guy in this climate. Not anymore.
right, absolutely. I've noticed one or two people out there saying the same thing, but not enough to mean anything. And
Mm-hmm.
certainly not the people who should be saying it. You've got
Yeah.
a day or two ago, um, Biden put out a tweet with the Republicans should not be filling the Supreme Court seat. That, and of course, my reply to that was, "Well, they're going to do it. What do you plan to do about it?" And you get no response from anyone. I mean, I expect
Well, the
I
only
expect none from him, but
I mean, the only reason that they can get away with it is because Democrats fold so quickly, so quickly.
mm-hmm.
It's like, well, they're not responding to our resistance with acquiescence, so I guess it's up to us to give up. It's like there's no fight in the Democrats anymore.
Yeah, definitely. Uh,
And believe me, that has been a source of constant stress. I kept yelling at the screen for Bernie during the debates to be more aggressive, and he wouldn't fucking do it.
yeah, yeah. Everything just goes by the way, and and
Mm.
nothing comes of anything. So
Well, but I mean, I know that the Democrats want to be the party of kumbaya, but it doesn't fucking work.
I know definitely. Um,
I mean, because the Republicans have to be willing to play along, and they're not.
right, and they don't seem to get it, and they haven't got it. The most recent spate of trouble, if you will, opposition, whatever you want to call it. I mean, that started what, 12 years ago? Uh, with the rise of the Tea Party? Where
Uh, I think I'm going to need you to be a bit more specific about whatever the hell this mess is, because there's so many of them.
with the whole Republican opposition obstinacy became, to my mind, more prevalent than it had been previously, right about the time that black guy got elected president.
Hmm. Well, I mean, yeah, okay. They definitely have been going more for the block everything until we can get back in power doctrine around about then.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
'Cause that basically did seem to be their plan, was block absolutely everything they want to do, and then, once we get back in power by saying they can't get anything done, then we can start remolding the world in our image.
Uh,
That seemed to be the tactic.
Former Ohio Senator George Voinovich said that in so many words. Uh, he said that we were told, we were instructed that we had to block everything the Democrats did, even if what the Democrats wanted was helping the country. Um, so that's, right there you have a voice that was on the Senate floor. Um,
Yeah. Ugh.
Nerdy,
Man, I don't want to live in a world like this, but
night.
there seems to be so little I can do about it.
Yeah, definitely. Only very few things that I can do about it, but it's another story entirely. Nerdy asks, "Is it me or does America just look worse day by day?" No, no, Nerdy, not day by day, hour by hour.
Yeah. And the thing is, like, I do remember a time when I was not merely proud of this country, but proud to be part of it.
Yep,
And
yep.
But I mean, I was young, I was little, I was impressionable, but at the same time, I just like I looked at the space program, I looked at Hollywood, and I was like, we do kind of kick ass, don't we?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I remember a time when we actually were exceptional.
Yeah.
Um,
But that all seemed to go sideways around about the 90s. I mean, it started with Reagan, but it got really like in your face around about George H.W. Bush.
yep. Yeah, unfortunately. Um, I mean, maybe I'm remembering things in my own way, but I remember what I'll call a golden age, maybe about 50 years ago.
Yeah, we know. Gemini, Mercury, blah, blah, blah. We know.
Well, it's not only that. It seemed that we were doing more discovering and learning, et cetera, than we are now. I mean, consider it was Martin Polyakov on a channel called Periodic Videos who was pointing out that the elements tend to be named by the people who discovered them or synthesized them in the case of the newer elements. And there was a block elements with names like Californium and
Hmm.
Berkelium, and all these American names, because the Americans were doing all the synthesizing, and not so much anymore. I mean, the names you're finding now are German and Russian.
Well, there's I want to say it's an insect out there called Gary Larsoni.
Oh yes, yes. Oh, that is so beautiful.
It's pretty amusing.
Man, from nerdy Trumponium.
Trumponium, right? I'm surprised that hasn't been done. Oh, I'm surprised he hasn't had a day of the week named after him or a month named after him. Like, hell, Caesar did it. Why can't I?
Yeah.
February, Trumptober. I'm surprised he hasn't tried it.
Indeed. Oh my.
I just imagine Trumptoberfest.
Well, I don't know. I get the impression, let's go for a conspiracy here. Let's start Tuesday's theme today. With his people listening in on all the airwaves and everything. Maybe he caught that and he's going to do it next week or something.
Yeah, well, that wouldn't shock me.
Oh God.
I mean, he is so goddamn full of himself. At the beginning of his presidency, he actually said, make Mike Pence be the actual president and I'll just keep doing rallies.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
And it's like, wow, could you be more of an attention whore? You became president specifically so people can worship your ass.
Yeah. And they're doing
I mean,
that.
the hubris.
It's if you could just play politics as a 6-year-old's game, and let him do that, and let the grown-ups do the real work. That would be kind of nice, but no, you can't have that.
And I probably don't want Pence governing either.
Well, no, you definitely don't want Pence because he, unlike Trump,
Is
Pence,
competent.
yeah, he's dangerous on purpose.
Well, and his agenda is probably even nastier than Trump's.
Well, he's a dominionist, right?
Trump's well, I mean, Trump's whole purpose, his everything seems to just be about me, me, me. Whereas Pence actually wants to reshape the world in what he thinks is God's image.
Mm-hmm.
So
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to deny him that.
Yeah, that's the one downside to that whole impeachment and trial thing. Well, of course, we all knew that Trump wasn't going to be removed anyway, but it's beside the point.
I mean, I still think there ought to be some sort of um, like lie detector. Uh, what's the word I'm looking for here? Shock collar. You know, so like if a politician is being dishonest, they will get zorched. And so it's like, imagine if politicians absolutely had no choice but to be honest. I mean, yeah, a lot of cynical people say, well, the whole country would fall apart. I'm sorry, no, it wouldn't. But even if it would, so what? It kind of needs to fall apart at this point.
Yeah, unfortunately, that is true. And what really gets to me is that when the country falls apart, then the things like the social safety nets that we have, such as they are, those will fall apart as well. And a lot of people are going to be left in the lurch. But I don't know, is it collateral damage that has to be considered necessary?
Well,
It might be.
that is a level of brutal not honesty, but I mean, I've had these thoughts myself of like, do we start thinking about acceptable losses that some must be sacrificed if all are to be saved kind of business. I don't like that idea. I don't like that idea at all. But it may be that we have to just start saying, some people are too far gone, some people are too far lost, let them go.
Yeah. um, I mean, the impression I get is that everybody on some sort of program is going to be in trouble. I'm, I,
Well, that'll teach you to not be born a millionaire.
there you go. Yep. I mean, it's all our fault for not being born with silver spoons in our mouths, right?
Yep. All your fault. Everything. Your fault. Uh, yeah. Just, well, I don't know. The level to which some people are spoiled is terrifying.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Um, and what they enable is horrible. I've got a cousin like that.
Uh,
And if it,
and the thing is, they don't even like they indoctrinate their kids in their nonsense too. That's the really hard part to deal with.
yep. And in this particular case, there's four of them that were indoctrinated like that. It's like, oh God, you don't need that. Um, I mean, even when I remember a little bit of a discussion, if you will. She was saying something about, I want snow. There's no snow here. We're supposed to have snow in December. I want to go skiing. And well, that's what happens when climate patterns change. And I don't care about that. I want snow. Um,
Well, I mean, I can understand that. I want what I want, and it doesn't matter why I don't have it. I still want it. I get that. I mean, there's nothing worse, honestly, when what you want is to bitch, and what you get are explanations for the thing you're bitching about. That kind of makes me want to cut someone.
aw. I mean, that's just something I pulled out of the hat, if you will. I mean, the other one was when Ohio was going through that stuff about trying to criminalize any form of abortion. It's like, well, I'm past that. I don't care. Oh, so you don't care about anyone else who has a womb? Okay, yeah,
Well, I mean, that's the thing is I don't know how to put this exactly. I've been trying to find a way to phrase it, but what's clear is that they don't care necessarily about writing consistent laws. They just see laws as a means to an end. So when you say, oh, you care about these people, but not these people, you wrote a law to help these people, but not these people, why aren't you consistent? And as far as they're concerned, they probably think that they are being quite consistent. It's just that because their goal is so far removed from what the rest of us would consider consistent that like they probably figure, no, I've always been consistent. This has always been my goal. I don't care whether it's evenly applied. That has nothing to do with my consistency. I created this law for my benefit and the benefit of people like me. That's consistency.
yeah, pretty much. Hi,
Yeah.
Adelinda. Yay.
So I mean, that's just I'm so sick of dealing with people. People suck.
Yeah, and unfortunately, there's just so many of them, it's difficult to get away from them.
And getting rid of them seems to be frowned upon.
Unfortunately, yeah, it
Uh,
would be kind of nice to go on a eradication campaign, shall we say? But they just
the word that popped to my mind was safari.
The darn thing, though, is you go on safari to deepest, darkest Africa, and you bring back the souvenir elephant tusks or the the giraffe antennae or whatever you call those things on their heads. When you
I'm
go,
just gonna say horns.
say again.
I'm just gonna call them horns.
Okay, that's a good thing. I mean, when you go safariing for humans, what do you bring back?
Primary and secondary sex characteristics. That's right. I'm having these nads bronzed. Republican balls. They'll be worth something someday. Mark my words.
Oh my, oh my, oh my.
You know? It's like, wow, I'm suddenly blanking on any Republican female politicians. Oh well.
Yeah, you notice that when it comes to the big names in Republican politics, you don't find too many girls.
Yeah, I'm sure they exist, but I'm just so blanking.
Well, there's, what is it, Marsha
They're all supposed
Blackburn.
to be submissive to their husbands anyway, so
I mean, you've got Marsha Blackburn, for example. Uh,
Which one's that?
she was, oh God, which state was she out of? Somewhere in the South. Um,
Okay, well, when I go on safari, I'm coming back with her tits.
okay.
Well,
Uh,
if
I
I'm
like
bringing
the
back Republican balls, it's not like I'm exactly going to be extracting Republican ovaries, so let's just go with her tits.
Oh, there we go, Tennessee.
The existence of Tennessee implies the existence of an 11
Yeah.
Although, honestly, like, my second favorite number of all time has to be 12, just because it's such a weirdly named number.
Okay. Okay.
Well, why isn't it 2-teen?
Oh my! The impression I'm getting, and I'm just going to come out of left field with this. It may have the same root that gives us twin.
Okay, that makes even less sense. Wouldn't 2 then be 12?
I don't know. It's kind of interesting. I mean, I'm just guessing here.
Mm. Besides, how we've had the discussion before about how many words sound like other words and are completely unrelated. You know what
Yep,
I'm talking
I
about.
do indeed. Yes.
So, I mean, like, after all, oh well.
After all, small world, right?
Yeah, but I wouldn't want to have to paint it.
There you are.
Actually, I've been getting an education in just how frickin' big the world is by playing around in Google Earth VR.
Oh
I mean,
my.
it's not a small place, people.
Yeah, it's really interesting. It is not small, although put us next to Jupiter and we're kind of tiny.
Yeah, but given how big the world is, even as relative to us, oh, you could spend your entire life exploring it and not even see a fifth,
Yep.
or a tenth, or a
Mm-hmm.
20th for that matter. That like the world is fucking huge, and I think honestly that so many people don't have a sense of that scale, and I think that fuels their thinking in ways it probably shouldn't. It makes them think they're more significant than they are, or
Yeah.
worse, it makes them feel too insignificant, and they rebel against it in unhealthy ways.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. It's
Well,
it's a
don't they?
well, people are unhealthy, just period. But it's
Well, yes, but in this particular case, they go above and beyond.
it's kind of interesting thing when I think about it, though. For example, in 63 years, I have not been off the North American continent. Um,
Mm.
I've seen quite a lot, but I've not been off. I've not been away from North America.
Well, here's my question. On what continent is Cuba a part?
I would personally, I would tend to assign it to North America, but
Then I haven't been off this continent either.
I could see the case for handing it to South America, but
Not central?
okay, that might be even better. Yeah, because when you look at it, no, so wait a minute now. If you're
Well,
going to,
according to the Googles, Cuba is part of North America. So I have never been off this continent either.
yeah, I mean, okay, if you're going to allow Mesoamerica as a continent, then I have been away from North America, but I tend to think of Central America as part of North America, which I
Oh boy,
probably,
do I ever. I have a feeling they'd be pissed if you did.
yeah, they'd probably not like me very much. Yeah, the uh, the boundary I think of as Panama,
Okay.
and I don't know where that comes from, but so okay, I have been away from North America then,
Hmm. I think I'd quite like to travel a bit, but that won't be possible probably for at least a decade now.
at least.
I mean, just because, like, when do you think Europe will start saying, oh, sure, American passports, come on over?
If they're smart, never.
Eh, I don't know. I mean, I am so sick and tired of those memes that are like, here's how Americans see themselves. Well, no, we fucking don't. That's how right wingers see themselves, and don't lump me in with those assholes.
Mm,
I mean, because that is the thing, is like we are being represented by the worst of us, and I hate that.
yeah, it's unfortunately true. Um, I guess the worst of us stand out more.
Well, yeah, I mean, they are more of a spectacle. But still, that's not all of us. Some of us are ashamed of those people too. You know?
Yeah,
So quit giving us crap.
more than a lot of people would think. Um,
But, and okay, is it just me? Maybe I'm not getting my news from the right sources, but does it seem like the news has moved on from the virus?
um, with the news I've seen, it's not completely ignoring the virus, but it seems to have moved on a bit. Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, I can't remember the last time I saw anything about that Kyle Rittenhouse kid. It just seems like the attention span of network news is really short these days.
Yeah, it would be nice if they kept their attention on things that needed the attention, like, oh, I don't know, Washington. Uh, but
I don't know. I really wish that we could live in a world where people are honest and forthright and impartial when it comes to the news. That's a huge problem right now. Is there's no impartiality with the news.
oh, right, absolutely, and that is, I guess you can blame a lot of that on the 24-hour news cycle, because people started running out of stories, and they had to air opinion, which of course is partial. Um,
I
there's,
wonder how much of the news we hear is manufactured shit. You know, like it's not even really a thing, but they've either overblown it or even made it up entirely.
I'd say a good deal, especially when you start looking at some of the wackier news outlets. Yeah,
Oh, but I mean, at the same time, like I wouldn't put a lot of it past most humans, to be perfectly honest. A
Mm.
lot of what we hear about. I mean, how I've been on, why am I blanking? Auntie Jen's show about like That's the News or whatever, where we hear wacky news stories with details omitted and we have to figure out what the hell actually happened.
Okay.
And some of them are royally fucked up. Like the guy who was on a city bus trying to wear a boa constrictor as a mask.
Jesus, I didn't see that one.
Yeah, I mean, like the antics performed by many humans leads me to be a bit more, let's say, credulous about the more fucked up stories we hear.
Oh my, oh my. I mean, yeah, when you think about, yeah, you say that, and that takes me back a few years to when my best friend and I wore a couple of snakes to the restaurant bar.
Yeah.
we were having a
Well,
a Mensa meeting, and we would always have a speaker, and that month's speaker was somebody from the Cleveland Zoo who brought some friends with him.
uh,
So
well,
one of us wore a boa, the other wore a python.
in this day and age, really, shouldn't it be persons?
Yeah, should be.
I'm just saying.
Persons, yeah.
Well, I don't know. It every time something like that comes up where it starts with the root word men, I want to make a person joke just because we're so obsessed with gender these days. And like, I mean, that's not necessarily a bad thing, but at the same time, it's really easy to make fun of the people who take it too far. You know, the ones
Oh,
who are so serious about it that like they've left their sense of humor behind entirely.
well, I remember a Carlin routine from, geez, maybe about 20 years ago, and he's going on and on about the gendered things and everything, and he goes right into it.
Oh,
And now they want me to call that thing in the street a person hole cover. You know?
yeah, I remember that one quite well.
Oh my, yeah. And it does get a little ridiculous at
Yeah.
times.
And I mean, I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings. I want to use the pronouns they prefer, but when they change with the tide, you know, when it gets to a point where it's like, I can't not offend somebody, you
Yeah,
know? Like, despite my best efforts, I will offend one of you because I don't know how not to.
especially with the newer pronouns, those that one did not find in Middle English. You know, like
Like, Jay.
yeah, um, and then there's here and
Yeah.
a few other things like that, and it's okay. I've got to really work on remembering these things for those who
Well, but
want
the
me
problem is
to
you
use
can't
them.
remember them because they change. You know that's the problem. Is like the acceptable pronoun from a week ago may not be the acceptable one now.
Okay.
Plus, it doesn't help that a lot of my friends who are like gender fluid or whatever seem to change their name constantly.
Oh
Like there are people
man.
on my Facebook friend list that I've known for years and years and years, where all of a sudden, like this person's responding to me, and I so don't know that name. I had no idea it was them.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, and like I've even turned down a couple of like, hey, I'm in town, want to hang out, and I'm like, I don't know you, so no. And I realize only later, oops, I just sort of totally missed the chance to hang out with a friend I haven't seen in ages because I didn't know who the frig they were.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's very annoying. It really is, especially when you're doing it with a name. The name and the person are so closely associated that they are almost synonymous. Not quite, but almost.
Yeah.
Um,
Well,
I mean,
I don't know. Like I said, I want to like be nice to people. I don't want to hurt any feelings, but they don't make it easy. Is my point.
mm-hmm. I mean, it's bad enough for those of us who changed the name once, because there are a couple of people out there who had a little bit of a difficult time remembering what the heck my name was. One of these deals, and
Well, but I mean, it doesn't help that a lot of these names they choose are these like 13 syllable long Celtic names that speak to their inner Wiccan or whatever the fuck. And I'm like, dude, I can't even pronounce that. You know? I
oh
mean,
my.
I want to be like the sort of supportive person that you should have, but dude, could you pick something just a little more Anglo-Saxon?
I'll tell you, I'm kind of lucky that the names with which I identified or whatever have you. We're a couple of Greek goddesses everybody knows. Well, I'm sorry, one
No,
was
they don't.
Greek and the other was
No, they
Roman.
don't. Most people have no idea who the frig Clarion is.
Well, no, that's not a. Yeah, that's not a goddess or anything. That's. I was looking at a map of Pennsylvania when I came up with that one.
Okay, I assume there's some like local cultural reference that I don't know.
Clarion County and Clarion
Yeah,
College and things like that. But I mean,
yeah, never heard of any of those.
but Diana, I mean, so
Yeah,
many people know that. And Athena, not as many know Athena as know Diana, but there are.
frankly, I think more people do.
Oh, okay. Okay, I'll go
I
for
mean,
that.
I don't think most people's association with the name Diana is goddess of the hunt.
No, it's
I
not.
think,
I can
like,
guarantee
quite
you.
frankly, I think more people would be thinking of Diana Prince before they ever think of the goddess.
Okay, the one I got slapped with all the time, everybody was calling me Di, as in
Um,
Diana Spencer. And it was like,
as in Princess Diana.
yeah, don't do that to me.
I don't know. I mean, the horrible pun-centered part of my brain keeps insisting, no, no, you want to be live, not die.
There you go. There you go. Live and let die.
Yeah, but I don't know.
Oh, scheiße.
You ever,
But
you ever hear a line from a movie that got famous that honestly you don't understand at all?
I suppose there are a few of them. I cannot dredge any of them up at the moment.
Well, because there was this one, I think it was Young Guns back in the 90s, this Western movie that had like a bunch of famous people in it, but honestly, it was a Western, so I didn't really care that much. But at one point, Val Kilmer's character, he's like trying to sound tough or something, and he says to a guy, I'm not your Huckleberry. And I'm like, what the fuck does that mean?
Oh,
Like,
jeez.
I understand he's trying to say, like, you won't dominate me or whatever, but, but, like I'm trying to say, is it actual huckleberries? Is it Huckleberry Finn? And how is it relevant? I don't get it. And yet this line became so damn famous.
Hmm.
I don't understand what he meant by it, or rather, I don't get the reference. I know what he meant by it, but
Okay. Okay. Oh, okay. So Young Guns is not the one with Al. Okay. Because I know he was in.
wait, are you saying Alan Ruck was in a western?
Yeah.
I did not know that.
I think it's not. Okay. I think it's Young Guns too.
Oh
Yep.
yeah,
Yep.
I never saw
As
that.
he played Hendry French.
Okay.
Oh my. Yeah. Last night I encountered somebody who met him in Vancouver. Um, Somebody had put a thing out on Twitter, who was the most famous person you talked to, and this guy mentioned
Oh, I
it.
saw that thread.
Yeah, and then the guy mentioned Al, and I said, "Oh, you know him too. All right." You know?
So, okay, like here's the thing. Um, if for whatever reason I happen to bump into him at a convention or something, I don't know why I would. I don't think there's really conventions unless he's been in. Oh wait, he was in some sci-fi. He was in a Star Trek movie,
Yes, he
so he
was.
might be a convention I might go to. But if I ever bump into him and I want to mention, hey, guess who I know? Guess who we know in common? Should I give him your name now or your dead name?
Okay, he knows both, of course.
Then your name now.
Yeah,
Well, I mean, if I tried to say, hey, Diana Clarion, so do I, and he goes, who? I mean, for all I know, that could come up. I
well,
mean,
if he says who, then give him my dead name. You know, I mean,
all right, all right.
the whole freaking world knows it anyway.
Well, yeah, but still, I mean, it like, and I mean, I'm describing a situation that I know will never happen, but it's just, I want to be prepared, is all I'm saying.
Okay, the whole Boy Scout thing. Be prepared. Uh,
Yes, be prepared.
I'm
I
trying
don't
to.
know why the beep is broken, but if you have to repair it,
There you go. I'm trying to remember. Tom Lehrer. That's who did that one. Yeah. Okay.
what?
Tom Lehrer did a song about be prepared.
Oh, see, the song I know about "Be Prepared" is from The Lion King.
Oh, okay, okay. I remember a part of a line from that one. You know, if you encounter a Girl Scout who is similarly inclined, be prepared.
Right. I don't know. I was in a stream a couple weeks ago, I guess, where I don't know why this popped into my head, but I said that hygiene is a pervert's best friend, and thinking about it, it's true. But on the other hand, ew.
Okay then. Oh
Yeah.
my.
Well,
And there is Orla. Hello, dear. How are you? Um, she says, "Have you seen some European names?" Let's see, Jan Mavila, or
well, I'm still knocked out that Deuteronomy is a biblical name because it sounds like an area of science, doesn't it?
sort of, kind of, yeah. Um,
Or a medical procedure. Yeah, we're gonna get you under, and then we'll perform the Deuteronomy, and then it almost sounds like someone is having nads added or extracted.
you've got
You
to, and
know,
you've got to,
take out the Deuteronomy.
you've got to remember, of course, the difference between a Deuteronomy and a Deuterectomy,
Yes.
because yeah, that can be significant at times. Uh,
But I mean, seriously, it sounds like astronomy and Deuteronomy. I mean, like it took me a very, very long time to realize that it was a biblical name.
yeah,
And that it was even a name. Like it took me a long time to even realize that it was, yeah. Like the first time I heard someone in a British comedy describe someone or like say someone else's name was Morag, and I thought it was a joke because that sounds like the name of a caveman, and he was using it for a woman. I didn't know it was a real name. I mean, who the hell looks at a poor, squalling, helpless infant, a female infant, no less, and says, ah, yes, this one's a Morag. Give her the club. It's, it's kind of like looking at a small, squalling, helpless infant and going, ah, yes, this one's a Murray.
there
I
you
couldn't do
go.
that. I couldn't do that to a kid.
Oh man, and yeah, some of the names that are employed, the kids must go through all sorts of hell with the nickname that is applied. I remember hearing one about wanting to name the kid Maurice, and then uh,
Ugh.
the response, "Do you really want the kid being called Maury?"
Well, wouldn't even be my first concern. I'd be like, you name a kid Maurice, he's getting beat up.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
In fact, any name ending in "ease" probably should be avoided. Kind of the way you should probably, especially if you're a redneck, avoid any name that ends in "een." Like Charlene, Marlene, whatever. You have guaranteed that girl is going to be a stripper or a hooker.
Yep. Oh, geez, I remember the one. There was a series of films that Cool Hard Logic did, where the feminine referent that he used in disproving flat Earth, she was Jolene, for example, and the male referent was Cletus. Where the hell does Cletus come from anyway? That's what I want to
I
know.
don't know. And another thing, like, okay, while this does not appear to be as universally true as it appeared in high school, like a lot of girls named Crystal end up in the same place as the girls with lean at the end of their name.
Ah, yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
There's just something about I mean, I don't know if it's just people are inclined to give their kids that name if they're from a certain social class, or if like I mean, I don't know.
Perhaps.
But names like Crystal seem to be awfully popular among the working class.
And I do know, I shouldn't say notice that, to me anyway, it seems that if the crystal begins with a K, you're more likely to see working class than if it begins with a C.
I've never actually noticed that, but then I'm not sure how many crystals with a K I've ever known.
Okay.
And I know I've said it before, I'll say it again. If like how do I put this? It's hard to picture Grandma Tiffany.
Yes,
You
yeah,
know,
yeah.
like the names given kids these days don't seem like I mean, because grandma is Edna or Edith or Ethel or something else starting with E like that. Grandma is supposed to sound elderly, and the notion that there will be a generation coming up very soon, if not already here, who have a grandma Tiffany, a grandma Buffy, whatever. It
Mm-hmm.
just my brain rebels against the very notion.
Yeah, oh my, oh my. I don't remember too many names like that from my generation, but immediately following, yeah, I see them springing up. So there
You know,
is that possibility that you could have Grandma Tiffany because, oh man, there are times that I want to throw up my hands when I see how young many grandmothers are.
wouldn't you have to eat your hands first?
I don't know. That's you might have to come to think of it. Yeah,
Well, I mean, if you're gonna throw them
if
up,
you're gonna throw them
but
up,
I
indeed.
mean, okay, like, I hadn't noticed how young grandparents are yet, if at all. Um, but then again, I mean, most of my generation, at least, is choosing to have kids in their 30s, if not later. So, I mean, like, most of the grandparents I know aren't, I don't know. I don't know.
Because
Whatever. It doesn't matter.
I knew a great grandmother, my
Yeah.
age, my age.
Yeah.
She was about 60 as a great grandmother. Now, Babka was 65 when the assholes brought me home. So you see a little bit of a difference there. And then the other one, I think I've got this one right. Um, One of the women here in the building, we were talking, and she mentioned that she was a great grandmother. She's your age.
It's a factor of where you're living.
Mm-hmm. It is.
I don't think we get that too much in the places I live. I just don't think that happens much.
Because, yeah, it's, I'm going to sit down and it would work if you had a daughter at the age of 14, and she had a daughter at the age of 14, and that girl had a kid at the age of 14. So you have to have a string of teen pregnancies. And I don't care where you are, who you are, that sort of thing. At least in Western society, with that whole extended childhood thing that they do, I cannot imagine any 14-year-old who is ready to be a parent.
Hmm. Yeah, that is hard to picture.
Yeah. I mean, there are societies in which that happens routinely, but they are quite different to the society in which you and I find ourselves.
Yeah, but it's not easy to. I mean, it's not difficult to find myself in any society. I'm right here,
Mm.
so you know, not that terribly difficult to find myself in this society. You see.
Yeah, that whole extended childhood thing, and childhood is going later and later and later. Anymore. It's you're still considered a child at the age of 25 or whatever it is. And it's like,
So, okay, here's a weird, I guess, thought and question.
mm,
A while back, one of my exes and I got into this weird argument about where we are. Meaning, like, I've always kind of felt like my body is a tower and I'm riding around in the head, and my feet are way the hell down there. And while they may be part of me, they don't really feel like part of the. I don't know. They feel like something I'm controlling more than something that's me, if that makes sense. But she insisted, no, I'm my entire body all the time.
you get into
I'm
some
wondering
interesting
how other
arguments.
people I wonder how other people feel about that.
Well, okay, I think about it a little bit, and I guess I fall into the entirety camp. The
Hmm.
the idea I have is like Gurex's idea. Um, so yeah, it's not that I'm localized to any specific part of my anatomy.
Now, I wonder what that says about people. Like, if there's anyone else who feels the way I do, like, does that, I mean, I wonder if that's part of possibly being Aspie. I don't know.
I don't know. It's an interesting thing to
So,
consider that I really haven't been able to talk to anybody about. Um,
well, it's just something that I've thought about over the years, and I don't know, like, I don't know. I don't know if it means anything. I wonder if it has anything at all to do with my atheism somehow.
hmm, it's
I
interesting.
mean, I don't know exactly how, but on the other hand, I mean, it could, because it deals so much with the self, and a lot of religion seems to as well.
Well, okay, that's interesting. If you're suggesting that perhaps the atheist locates herself or himself in the head as opposed to the entirety. But
Well,
then
I don't know
again,
if they do. I'm saying that it might have been a factor in why I don't believe in a deity. That's all I'm saying.
okay, yeah, because the first thing that came to my mind is I don't see you dating anyone who was a theist.
Well, she was a Wiccan.
Oh, okay, okay,
I liked the part where she decided skyclad.
okay.
Well, wouldn't you?
Yeah, yeah,
Just
definitely.
saying, there's something about that. Definitely has a kind of appeal.
Yes.
Oh, peel. Huh?
Yeah, that came to my mind as well. I just didn't say anything yet.
Yeah, well, I did it for you, so ner.
There you go. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh my.
I don't know. It's kind of like when people talk about your ass as being your bottom. I'm like, that's not my bottom. That's the back of my middle.
There you are. There you are.
I've never understood that, calling that your bottom. I mean, yeah, it's the bottom of your torso, but are you your torso? Do you not have legs? I'm sure some people don't, but the vast majority of us, our
Yeah.
bottoms are the soles of our feet, damn it.
There you go. There you go. And the other thing is, somebody talks about my ass and said, I don't have a farm. I don't have a donkey.
Yes,
I don't have
yes,
a
yes.
donkey.
I've thought about that for a good long time, and I'm like, look, maybe if the British could pronounce the letter R, because if they say the word arse, it sounds like ass, which is probably why we say ass.
Could be, could be. Yeah.
And if you're British out there and you're objecting to what I'm saying, well, speak right then.
It's like, for example, auf Deutsch in German, um, that thing that the Americans call your ass, is das Arsch. So they even have the R in there.
Yeah, but my point is that the British don't say it. You
Yeah.
know, they, they leave the actual R sound out of it, and it just sounds like ah.
You'll have to take that up with Nerdy and Orla, I guess.
I was thinking about taking it up with Stool.
Well, that too, that too, that too. If he's still
But
out there. Are
mostly
you
just
still
because,
out there,
mostly
Stool?
just 'cause I want to see him lose his crap over it because he's so much fun to torment. It really
Yeah.
is. But the thing is, he walks into it face first, so I hardly blame me.
Oh my, oh
You
my.
know, you see, I get the impression Stool's a fundamentally nice guy.
It does seem to be, yes.
He's just a little bit of a curmudgeon, is all.
Well, there's something appealing about that most of the time. In small
Eh,
doses.
small doses, definitely those.
Oh, wait a minute. What did you miss, Orla? Well, how can you
I
say?
think
Mhm.
I think Orla missed that we said Orla,
Oh, okay, okay. And then
or why we said it.
I had the thought just as soon as I said it is, yeah, how do you know what you missed if you missed it? Yeah, so that my question was kind of ridiculous.
Well, I mean, it was probably one of those. Wait a minute, I drifted for a second, heard my name. What the fuck? You know, I'm just guessing it was one of those, but it sure does sound like it.
Okay, the British R is similar to the Southern R, or L, I guess. This from Harmonica Man.
Okay, I'm not seeing the connection at all, but all right.
Yeah,
Uh,
yeah. What were we talking about? Oh, the non-pronunciation of the R's.
mhm.
That's what you missed, Orla.
It's kind of the way the pronunciation of the letter T gets a little mushy, being from New England.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. It might be the T. It might be another letter as well. I notice it around here where it sounds like it's swallowed. Yeah, it would be the T. For example, getting rather than getting.
Oh yeah, well we do that in New England too,
Okay.
but it's usually more like getting rather
Okay.
than getting.
Okay.
There's definitely an sound in there. So
The I. Okay. The eyes have it.
oh, I see what you're saying. The British I, or sorry, the Southern I, like I'm going out, I'm doing that,
Yeah.
that kind of. But that doesn't make it any less wrong. I mean, the way we're getting it wrong is just like those other people and the way they get it wrong.
There you are.
Well, I mean, we don't roll our R's either. Rutabaga. Ruffles have ridges, if you remember that
Oh,
commercial.
gosh. I remember that one, definitely. Um, and the way it ended, I remember, because there was one who said, Ruffles have ridges, and then an answer coming from off camera. Right.
The one I remember best is when he said rutabaga,
Okay.
because that is one of the funniest words. Rutabaga. I don't know why. It just sounds funny to me.
Oh, my. And I was kind of surprised to hear that the Spanish R and the German R are not alike. Where
Why is that weird?
I had always thought that they were the same sound,
Okay.
but it seems that the German R is in the back of the throat and the Spanish R is at the tip of the tongue.
Well, I mean, you want to talk about an R that's on the tip of the tongue? Try Japanese, because the Japanese R, at least for certain like RA especially, sounds like an L. Like you don't say ra, you don't even say la, you say da. It's almost like a D sound in a way,
Oh,
ra,
okay, okay.
but not quite. But that's how the R in ra is pronounced in Japanish.
Okay, so
And
I'm
honestly, I don't think I'll ever not call it Japanish. I like it too much. It amuses me, is what it does.
Okay, then, yeah, I kind of like when you've mentioned a number of times those. Where do you get the inconsistencies? It's Spanish, but it's not Japanish.
Right, or Spanish,
Mm-hmm.
or for that matter, Spanian.
Yeah, there you are.
I mean, I want to know how those were decided upon. Was it just the first explorer who found these people got to decide? Is there a pattern? Is there some sort of standard? Like, okay, if it's on this particular parallel on the map, you have to say it this way. But like it's if it's in Asia, it's ease, damn it, kind of thing. Although not every Asian country is an ease. So
Right,
I don't know.
right.
Like we don't have Koreanese, Koreanese, right? We just have Korean. I mean, I guess because it's hard to cram it into the mold, but nearly every other, like at least East Asian country is an ease. Japanese, Chinese, Vietnamese, all of those, Siamese. Well, no, but I mean seriously, Siam, it's a real thing,
Yes.
Siamese.
No, that just brought the Walt Disney thing to my mind.
Yeah, well. Yeah, of course, Walt Disney was a racist fuck.
Oh boy, was he ever.
Yeah. Also, he was a bit of a cheater. Have you ever noticed that there is footage that is recycled from movie to movie? Like some of the footage from Robin Hood with their dancing was later used in, I want to say, The Jungle Book.
Oh,
Like
okay,
it wasn't the
okay.
exact same footage. They drew the new characters over the old ones, but it's exactly the same motion. It's exactly the same movement.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
So yeah, Disney was a bit of a cheater.
Oh, well, Adelinda, that's really interesting. Yeah, when you say, Filipino, and then where do you get, the Philippine folks speaking Tagalog? Where
Yeah,
is where do they go together?
and I've said it before. I'll say it again. When I first saw that and read it, I thought for sure it was Tagalog.
Same here. Same here.
But I mean, like other thing with the stuff naming, I forgot. Oh well, I mean, one thing that's always kind of bothered me is when you think about it, We've literally named this planet dirt.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
You know, I mean, like we encounter an alien species. They say, what's the name of your planet? Oh, Earth. Earth. You mean that stuff on the ground? The hell you named your, give your planet a badass name after some like ancient warrior or something. This is Gragthar's world or something. But you named it dirt. What's wrong with you? Humans are dumb.
And
You know.
the darn thing is, not only did they name it dirt, but they named it dirt in spite of the fact that something like three
Yes,
quarter
most of it
of
is
its
water.
surface is water. You know.
Yeah, but I suppose if we were aquatic creatures, we would, have named it ocean or something. But that's one thing I've often wondered. Like, what if there is a species that lives underwater and somehow achieves sentience? What were their spaceships going to be like? I mean, are they just full of water? Do they have to walk around in water suits? I mean, like how does an aquatic species be spacefaring?
Oh, ask a dolphin.
Dolphins aren't spacefaring, and don't you dare bring up Hitchhiker's Guide because I know that's what you're referencing.
But they are sentient, or at least they seem to be.
Yeah, but I'm saying, like, what would their spaceships have to be like? What functions would their spaceships have to have that ours don't?
Well, definitely you'd have to have the water in there. I mean,
Well,
really, you
but would
would.
they? I mean, that's why I brought up the whole thing about like water suits, and Xander stopped nuzzling the microphone.
Because I mean, for example, the dolphin has got to be in the water because it'll dry out otherwise. I mean, it's an air breathing animal, just as we are.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
they don't have to be in the water to breathe.
yeah. But I'm just like it seems unworkable.
Mm-hmm.
Like an aquatic spaceship just doesn't seem possible. Just the sheer amount of extra thrust necessary to make it lift off.
Well, I want to know how you would do all the metalworking and stuff like that. If you were an aquatic being, you know, forging a metal where you would have to get it nice and warm and everything else like that. How do you do that in just this
Well, I
large body
wonder.
of
I
water?
mean, is metal necessarily the only substance we can use to build a spaceship?
I don't know if it's the only one, but it does seem to serve the purpose very well.
Oh, sure it does. But I mean, if you happen to be aquatic and thus must improvise another way,
Because I'm trying to think, what would you use? Kelp?
coral,
Um,
maybe coral. I mean, it's probably too porous, but still coral.
okay, okay. Hadn't thought of that.
Well, that's what I'm here for, to do the thinking.
Okay, and you do that so very well. You do.
If you could teach a visiting alien species one major thing about Earth to bring back to their home planet, what would it be? Star Wars is better than Star Trek. No, I don't know what I would have them bring back. I mean, obviously, it would have to be something not flippant like what I just said, but I'm having a hard time coming up with something that isn't just, I like this bit of entertainment, send them that, you know?
Hmm.
I mean, I would defer that to someone like a historian or a scientist. I'd say you do it because honestly, I'll fuck it up and we all know it.
Well, redacted. You ask, are you late? I mean, you came an hour and a half after we started, but hell, I don't know how long we're gonna go. So,
See, the thing is, I think it would have had to have been a half hour after we started to be fashionably late.
okay, okay,
I'm just saying.
yeah, indeed he does. Oh,
Hmm.
absolutely, Von Rick. Absolutely. Yeah, that's well known by
Well,
now.
oh,
Yeah, diamonds being rare is a myth. Actually, it's not so
uh,
much a myth as it is De Beers decided to make them rare by hoarding them.
well, I mean, I've often wondered about like some people seem to want stuff just for the sake of having it.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah.
like it doesn't matter whether it actually is rare. It they just that it someone else has it and I want it. Okay. Like when people buy artwork that doesn't really okay, I'll be honest, I don't know why the handful of sunflowers that looks like something a 5-year-old did is supposed to be so fucking valuable.
Okay, okay. Well, yeah, I have the impression that the value of artworks and that sort of thing tends to be based upon one person's subjective whatever. It's, I happen to like this because it's green. And
Well, that's
that
the way
person,
artwork ought to be. That's
and
the way artwork ought to be. But I'm talking about the people who go to like art auctions and, buy that table with the rotating heads from Beverly Hills Cop for $30,000. Those people, the ones who treat art as a commodity, I, I have a
well,
hard time understanding that because so many of the things they buy look like shit.
that's where I was headed. I mean, the guy who says I like this piece, and because that guy has a name that people recognize and associate with art, all of a sudden everybody likes it. Um,
But
would
that's
any?
just that's fucking high school, is what that is.
I mean, yeah. As a matter of fact, it really is. And for example, there was a Jackson Pollock that is going up for auction, or maybe it already has. Um, to look at it, you would wonder why it was expected to fetch the astronomical figure it's expected to fetch because it was one of his early drip paintings. So you just drip stuff onto a canvas, and what is so valuable about that? I mean, I happen to like his stuff, but
But I mean, I can do that. I can drip paint on a canvas. Why is his dripping so much like more impressive? I don't get it.
exactly. That's where I'm headed. Yeah, it's. I mean, I like the drip and the whole thing. It appeals to me, but it doesn't appeal $2 million worth or whatever the hell it happened to be.
Yeah,
Um,
don't. I don't know. Sometimes I wonder if any of those people, the art dealers or whatever, ever just say to themselves, "Wow, I am stunningly full of shit."
yeah, you never. Yeah.
I mean, I sincerely wonder if any of them are like, "I cannot believe I'm getting away with this." You know?
Well, I have to wonder, was that table with the rotating heads on it a prop, or was it an actual art gallery in
I
possession?
actually think it was real, and I also think they mentioned that in the trivia on IMDb, but I think it was real.
Wow.
But yeah, and you get Bronson Pinchot. Oh, it's a very important piece, and it's like, really?
Yeah,
Why?
why? Yeah.
It's why did let's type in? Oh, well, that's not going to help. Let's try gallery. Okay. Let's see. 5 examples of the word gallery. Yeah. Oh. Well, okay. It says in the art gallery, a large art piece contains several figures. One of the figures, a maitre d with a chain around its neck, is modeled after director Martin Brest. Okay, lovely. I don't actually see anything that says the art piece is real or
Okay.
fake.
Okay.
Well, let's try it. Was the sculpture in Beverly Hills Cop real? Let's see. It looks like not. It looks like it was just a prop.
Oh, okay, but that's got to be a brilliant fuck you to the art world, you know?
Yeah, Uh,
Oh, sure, Von Rick, absolutely. um, yeah, as I say, I happen to like Pollock's drip work, that sort of thing. Oh, I certainly wouldn't pay millions of dollars for it. I mean, and not only because I don't have the millions of dollars to pay for it. Um,
I'm still trying to figure out this one line from Beverly Hills Cop about having an espresso with a lemon twist. Does that sound pleasant?
I don't think I'd go for it. No,
Well,
but I know the one you're talking about. Yeah.
let's see. Uh, I mean, I'm looking at Jackson Pollock's stuff, and honestly, it looks kind of like that spin art crap you used to do back in the 80s.
Oh shit, I remember those. Yeah.
I mean, on what planet is any of this brilliant?
Oh, I'm not saying it's brilliant. No, definitely
No,
not
but
brilliant.
other people do. Other people value this shit so much, and I don't know why. It's squiggles. I can do squiggles.
Mm-hmm. It's
Uh,
interesting to think about it though. Were I to try to do squiggles, I don't know that my I don't know that I would like my squiggles as much as I like Pollock's.
why not?
I don't know exactly. It's something very subjective. Could you say the placement of the squiggles and the colors used and all that sort of thing?
I mean, that's the only part of it I can see that might even be slightly impressive is the color choice, the palette choice.
Because the
But
other
even then, I mean, a lot of people can pick colors.
and the other one that I think of is the contemporary formal music. To hear something by Alban Berg, um, which I suffered an Alban Berg violin concerto at Severance Hall one night many years ago, and I was thinking, okay, this is horrible, and it was. It was absolutely horrible. But the next thought to come to my mind was, could I do any better? And I didn't think I could.
Well, you know what? I've never liked that rationale of oh yeah, you don't like it? Well, you do better. And I'm like, no. I don't have to be able to do better to not like something. That's totally not a requirement.
I mean, I have written chamber music, and it's not that this stuff isn't all that bad, really. I mean, it's definitely not Mozart, but
Well, I mean, okay, I'm sure I've mentioned this before. I know I did a video about it, where I used to play around with mod music, which was basically just 4-track digital samples that you could arrange on a timeline to produce, music. And most people would use it for like, making rap or hip hop or EDM or any of that stuff. I tried to make more rock and rollish stuff with it, and I mean, I thought it was decent, but not professional quality. Until my friend Chris, who is a much better musician than I, did a cover of it, and it sounded amazing. And I was like, "Holy shit! Maybe I should like compose, but then let somebody else like play it. I guess I don't know."
okay,
So,
okay.
eh, I'm not saying I can do better, but I could probably at least entertain a little bit.
Mm. I'm trying to remember if you played any of that for me or not.
I mean, I totally could right now if you wanted me to.
I just couldn't remember whether you already had.
Yeah, but maybe it'll jog a memory.
Oh, okay.
Let's see. Now, do you want to hear the original or the cover?
Yes.
Both.
Yeah, why not? See the
I-
comparison. How about the
Well,
original and then the cover, or the cover and then
yeah,
the
the
original, or
original. Anyway, it goes on like that for a little bit longer. But
That is definitely moo. Very, very moo.
okay. Well, the cover. So yeah,
I
he took what I did and ran with it.
Yeah, I definitely like the arrangement that he did. Yeah. Um,
Yeah. So I mean, maybe I'm not a terrible composer, but I mean, someone else needs to put the touches on it for me, you know?
Maybe. And what I really like is that in that I'm hearing the progression that is, well, it's, I guess, a well known progression. I hear it in the Pachelbel canon in D. The dee 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 dee
Well, I
dee.
mean, I wasn't going completely for that, but yeah. It's funny. There's a dude does this rant about Taco Bell's canon where he like can't stand it because he was like I think it was the cello or maybe the bass. I don't remember exactly, but he had to
Oh, but
play it.
it's the same notes over and over. Yeah.
Uh-huh. And then he was saying, like, but I can't escape it because it's in everything. And he starts playing all this popular music that uses that same bass line.
I think I've heard the routine. Yeah, but yeah, it's it's
Dude's name
it's
is like Rob.
everywhere. It's everywhere. Hmm?
Dude's name is like Rob Paravonian, if that helps.
Moof beef.
So I
Uh,
mean, if you want to find it, just look up Pachelbel rant, you'll find it. But you know, still, if you don't, Rob Paravonian,
moof beef.
which is an unusual name, but I kind of like it.
Yeah. Let's see.
It makes him sound like he could easily be like some sort of cyborg from the future. You know, unleash the Paravonians. Or maybe, you know, some sort of like ancient Greek or Roman legionnaire type.
Okay, then.
You
There we are.
know?
Possible rant from 2006.
Yeah. Well, but I mean, you know, the Paravonian legions shall defeat the Trojans or the whatever the yeah. You know what I mean?
Oh, yay.
Or why yes, I do speak Paravonian. Well, you know, if it ends in Ian, it sounds kind of like a nationality of some sort. Am I wrong?
No, you is not wrong. Definitely
Oh,
not.
there we go then.
But I'll have to bring that up again. It's been a long time since I've seen that.
It's worth it. I think it's quite funny. Although I have to admit, I do like that song a fair bit. Especially some of the metal covers I've heard of it. Those kick ass.
Oh, yeah, okay. Everybody in the world has covered that at one time or another. Yes.
Yeah, but I mean, not everyone has covered it the way I liked it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I mean, some of my favorite music that I hate is covers of it that was done in a style I prefer more. Now, I know I've brought up how I can't stand country music, and yet played as pop punk, it's pretty decent.
Okay.
Um, and honestly, a lot of classical music gets so much better if you play it as metal.
Okay. Yeah, I get the point.
Well, I mean, like we were talking about people who love this sort of highfalutin art shit that honestly, like, does not land for me. Where, you know, a good Ralph McQuarrie sci fi cover or concept art is so much cooler, you know, and it does seem a lot of the time like these art people or worse educators seem to think that the only way to be involved in this stuff is to leech all of the fun out of it first.
Okay. Yeah, I
You
get
know,
it.
it's
I
like
get
look at
it.
the books they make you read. They're all some of the word like it may be classical literature, but it's no fun to read it. You know, I mean like I would never sit down with Catcher in the Rye, you know, or
I
Little
don't
Women.
blame you.
No, but I mean, any of those books that they consider classics that you know, like you're supposed to make the kids read, none of it's a good read. It's all pretty dull. There's no entertainment value in any of it, you
Uh,
know. And so it may be well crafted prose, but that doesn't mean it's good.
Not Catcher in the Rye, I assure you. Oh my
Well, whatever.
God,
That
that's
was just an
horrible.
example. You know, of mice or men, any of that shit. You
Mm.
know, none of it's fun to read. It's like even if they decided, fine, you could have some sci-fi and fantasy, it's clearly going to be like 2001 or Lord of the Rings, rather than say the Deed of Paxenarian or the Verkosigan saga.
Okay then.
Which, now that I think of it, no, they're not both by the same person. One's Elizabeth Moon and one's Lois McMaster Bujold. All of a sudden, I was like, wait a minute, did I give examples from the same author? No, I didn't.
Because the
I do. Or the Vlad Teltosh books by Stephen Bruce. They'd never give you those either.
okay.
Well, because they're basically like it's sort of a story about a gangster set in a weird fantasy universe. Like
Okay,
he's an
okay.
assassin, he sells drugs, he has hookers, all of that stuff. But it's set in a world that looks kind of like Europe back when people were fencing rather than using broadswords.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, Von Rick, I'll tell you, when Kate mentioned it, I read Catcher in the Rye, and I actually liked it when I was 11 years old. I later, years later, saw it on the shelf at Target. And I said, "Oh, I haven't read this in decades, so I think I'll read it again." I didn't get a quarter of the way into it and said, "Why the hell did I like this thing?" Um,
I don't know. I mean, like I say, a lot of that literature just held no interest for me whatsoever. And it seems like that's done deliberately. Honestly, I have never encountered something in school that had entertainment value when it came to literature or music or art or any of that stuff. It seemed like the stuff they think they're supposed to teach you, and never mind whether it's worth learning.
yeah,
Because
indeed.
maybe I'm breaking from what most people here believe, but there are some things you really don't need to learn.
True, true, true. Yeah, I don't know. It's be interesting to see what I think of it now. I wonder what I would think of House of the Seven Gables now.
I know nothing about that, but I do know that I don't want to read Anne of Green Gables.
Okay, then, because I was not enamored of House of the Seven Gables when I had to read it in school. So,
What is it?
it is a set in a New England town, and it's kind of almost like a slice of life. Um,
Where's the fun in that?
uh,
Life is kind of stinky.
yeah. Oops. Who the heck wrote
Oh,
that?
okay. There was a an article I saw that was sort of bemoaning the fact that a movie, I think it's called Now and Then, is not popular while Stand By Me is. And like Stand By Me, you know the basic plot. A bunch of boys decide they want to go see this dead body they heard about, and so they go on a camping trip. And during the camping trip, they have a lot of sort of coming of age moments, you know? Um, and Now and Then is sort of similar, except with girls, but there's also no, do you want to go see a dead body? There's no like plot that I can tell. It's just a series of like coming of age moments. And I'm like, and that's the problem with it. They were trying too hard to be a coming of age movie. It was too self aware.
Okay, then.
Where Stand By Me starts with a plot and happens to have coming of age moments, which is a little bit different,
Mm-hmm.
like I think it's kind of the same with a lot of movies where it just seemed like they were trying to force it. Like say the Christian movies where they try to be Christian movies, but in response to movies that had a theme in them that was not super pro-Christian, but was not anti-Christian either. Yet these Christian filmmakers decide that they have to react to it, and what they end up is they end up with some too self-aware Christian crapola that misses the point. Like they weren't telling a good story that happened to have Christian elements. They were making a Christian movie, and that's where
Mm-hmm.
it failed. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I think that happens with a lot of other movies. Is they're just trying too hard and end up not telling a good story in the process.
Okay, I couldn't remember who did it, but yeah, I found it was Nathaniel Hawthorne that wrote House of the Seven Gables, and I got there was one entire chapter, an entire chapter that was nothing but one of the characters having an apoplectic fit.
Okay.
Yeah, um, and it was, why?
Well, I mean, I say that about a lot of books. I mean, I remember reading like Dune and Game of Thrones and thinking, did we really need 3 pages describing the tapestries and the place settings?
Oh shit, yes. Yeah,
You know,
I
and
remember
I'm
that
just
from
like,
Dune.
yeah, but I mean, Game of Thrones might even have been worse.
Oh no.
And I'm like, you know what? I have an imagination. Let me use it.
Move beef.
I mean, I often wonder sometimes what the mental image other people have might be of, uh, like even just the world that something is set in. Like when I read the Belgariad, does someone else picture the same kind of castles? Do they picture the characters the same way? I've often wondered, like, if I could mentally transfer my mental image to someone else and they could do it for me, how much would we marvel at how differently we took it all?
Mm-hmm.
And I wonder sometimes how much of our mental image of the world is influenced by the cover art.
Yeah, there you go.
I mean, that's a very real possibility that we've allowed ourselves to be influenced by the cover art. And sometimes I wonder, like I got into a, let's call it a discussion because it sure wasn't an argument, with a friend of mine just about how to pronounce some of the character names, because they're definitely not they're definitely names that are unique to this fictional universe. Like I insisted that the eternal sorcerer was named Belgareth, but she saw it as Belgarath.
Okay.
And again, I looked at like the nation of bad guys, and I called them the Angarics, and she thought it was Angarax. You might notice that a lot of the difference in how we pronounce these things comes from rhythm more than the actual pronunciation.
Move beef.
So I have to wonder. Like my logic was originally Belgareth's name was Gareth, but when he was starting to train in sorcery, he ended up having the prefix Bel attached to his name. And there are other characters like Beltira, Belkira, Belden. And I think there were others like his daughter's mother was Beldarin, and her sister was actually Poledra, where Pol Pol is basically like the Bell uh, prefix. Although I don't know why Beldarin, being female, wasn't Poldarin like her mother and sister. I don't know. But the point being that it seemed to me that if his name was Gareth and then he had Bell attached to it, he would be Belgareth. But that logic apparently didn't hold for my friend. And like, so I have to wonder, even just the pronunciation of certain names and words in these fictional universes. Hell, just watch Star Wars and see how many people waver back and forth between Han and Hans. Sometimes Billy D. Williams even like pronounces it differently at different times, and I'm just like, well, if we can't get that right, I don't know.
There you go. But okay, has he pronounced it different ways in the same sentence?
No,
Okay, just curious.
I'm not even sure he did it differently in the same movie, but he might have. But it's pretty obvious that it's Han Solo and not Han Solo.
There you go.
Another thing I've noticed, and I know I've mentioned before that British A's tend to default more to like at rather than awesome, you know. And so a lot of the British actors were the ones who would say Han Solo.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, I don't know if that makes any kind of difference, but it seems to be a trend, is all I'm saying.
Oh my, I am looking on this thing, and this is amazing. It's got to be a house for multiple levels of the same family or some shit like this. You know that
Okay.
the House of Seven Gables. It's an actual house
Oh,
in Salem, 8,000
which Salem?
Massachusetts.
Okay. Well, I mean, Oregon's capital is Salem, so I had to
Yeah, that is
ask.
true. Um, 8,000 square feet.
That's a lot of feet.
Yeah, I even I
So it sounds like they desperately need an orthopedic surgeon.
yeah, pretty much. Uh, Even I wouldn't know what to do with all that space.
Oh yeah, I've often thought like when a celebrity buys this gigantical mansion, and I've been sitting there thinking, I don't really have much of a desire to be rich exactly, but if I ever find myself being so, I'm not buying a mansion. I'll have someone design like a 2 or 3 bedroom house that looks like a space station and leave it at that.
Okay then. Yeah.
It's weird, like the sheer level of greed I don't have.
I mean, I've thought about what I'd like in a house. I'd love to have a house of my own. I'd love to be able to afford to buy it and operate it and everything. But really, all I need is a decent kitchen, decent living room, a library, a studio, a bedroom, and storage space.
Well,
Basement.
that would definitely be what you'd want in a house, because out of a house, it'd be pretty messy.
It would be, definitely. But I mean, basement, attic, or both.
Yeah, the house I was raised in had neither. I mean, there was something that was kind of vaguely a basement, but it actually looked a little bit more like a cave full of dirt. And we
Uh-huh.
definitely didn't have an attic because we didn't have a third floor. There wasn't room for one, but there was way too much room for a second floor. So we just had really tall ceilings on the second floor.
Okay then. Yeah, I've thought.
Although one point we did have kind of a loft that sort of served as a clubhouse kind of thing. Like for me and my friends, you couldn't stand up in it, and we were tiny. So,
Okay then. Yeah, I've thought of 12-foot ceilings or 15-foot ceilings, and sometimes it's appealing, and other times, oh gods, to heat that.
well, yeah, but I live in Southern California to keep it cool.
Oh well, that's the other thing too. I mean, okay, in the house with the high second floor ceiling, how was that house kept warm? Was, is there a fireplace or something? Or
Well, I mean, okay, I'm assuming the floors are wood. I've heard of houses that literally have like heating coils built into the wood floor to keep it warm in the winter.
okay, okay, I've
I
heard.
mean, I don't mean heating the whole house. I mean just keeping your tootsies warm, but still,
Mm-hmm.
you know, you're gonna be pretty rich to do that.
Yeah.
You know what I kind of want though? Like, if I can't get my space station house, what I would love to have is a house that has a fallout shelter, an old fallout shelter.
Wouldn't
You know,
that be wouldn't that be something?
I think that would be really interesting.
He
Well,
had.
I remember there was an episode of Malcolm in the Middle where it turned out they had one that they didn't know about, but only the dad found it, and he turned it into his personal man cave.
Okay then.
Because he didn't tell anyone about it.
Mm-hmm.
So
I
I
mean,
don't know.
he
I
had
love that show.
he had a book of fallout shelter plans, and
You're slimy bastard, I assume you mean?
yeah,
Okay.
and yeah, I had the thoughts. My word, I'd love to build some of that stuff. Especially the stuff entirely underground. Not even with a little bit poking above, or because some of them they were all earth sheltered, but some of them were above grade with sod over the top. But then there were some that were entirely below grade. And I'm thinking that would be so neat. Like a clubhouse, if you will. Yeah, as you said.
Yeah. Well, you know what we really need is like a Superman movie with a Kryptonian supervillain who ends up opening a gardening store just so he can say, "Son of Jor-El, kneel before sod."
Oh, yay.
You know, that's just me. I I I see puns everywhere. Some of them I shouldn't say.
Always okay.
You ever get into an argument with somebody and the argument totally goes off the rails simply because they wanted you to express yourself differently?
Yep. Yep.
Yeah, I had an argument with a friend of mine recently, uh, where I was sort of agreeing with what she was saying, but I had some provisos. And because I didn't start with yes, but because I started with I don't know, she immediately defaulted to hostility because she thought I was arguing absolutely not. Because
Mm.
I started with I don't know, which to me says that it's hesitant. It's I don't know. I have reservations about this. But to her it was like a challenge of some sort and I was so confused. And when she started saying, "Okay, you got to phrase it this way." I was like, "But then it won't say what I mean anymore."
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. Yeah.
I was like, I wasn't even saying no. There was no conflict here. What the hell happened? I don't know.
Moo.
Oh well. I mean, eventually we worked it out, but it was so stupid. And I don't know. I don't know. Like at one point, I mentioned slippery slope because I could see a potential slippery slope with what she was suggesting.
Okay.
And she immediately leaped on that, saying, "Aha, you're using a slippery slope fallacy argument." I'm like, you realize there are non fallacious usages of that, right?
Mm.
You know, if you say, there could be potentially a cascade effect here that we would find undesirable, that's not a fallacious argument. That's a, hey, we might want to be careful.
Yep.
And that is not a fallacious usage of, of the slippery slope. It's totally not.
Oh,
Just pointing out a potential pitfall is not a fallacy.
indeed. Indeed. Indeed.
Oh, I mean, because that's something I don't think people get is just because something has the same name as a fallacy doesn't mean it always is. So sometimes you can just end up misusing something rather than it actually being like a fallacious argument. You know,
Mm.
like okay, take for example an ad hominem attack versus an ad hominem argument. Like you're stupid, your face is stupid, and so you're wrong is an ad hominem argument. Saying this is why you're wrong, and oh, by the way, you're a dick is just an ad hominem attack. There's still an
Yeah.
argument. There's still something to address. They're not using calling you names instead. So, I mean, if you ever say that's an ad hominem argument when all that happened was you were insulted, no, it fucking wasn't. You know,
But there are those, so many, who will maintain this. Yes.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, Vonrick, with what you just said, people often think they're arguing with me when I'm only trying to explain what needs to be done to accomplish blah, 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 blah. The point is, with that, sometimes people just want to bitch and don't need advice, don't want advice. They just want someone to go, yeah, that sucks. And that's probably where that comes from because goodness knows I've done that to people many times. Where it's like, dude, I don't want your advice. I don't want solutions. I just want to bitch about how much it sucks. You know, that happens a lot. I just need catharsis. Don't help me. I just want you to you know, give me a shoulder, damn it.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. I mean, maybe, actually, I don't know Von Rick's gender, come to think of it. I think Von Rick's a dude. I don't know. But I mean, maybe that's more of a girl thing, is I just want to complain right now. I don't know. Because I don't know too many guys who do that.
Hmm.
I mean, I know guys who do complain and enjoy complaining, but I don't know too many of them who complain just to get it out. Just for that release.
Okay.
Does that make any sense at
It
all?
does make sense. Yeah, and that's
Okay.
a bit different to the concept I had in my mind. I was thinking more the curmudgeon. When you were talking
Oh,
about
no,
guys
no,
who
no.
like to complain, but no,
No.
that's quite different to what you were talking about.
Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah, as Von Rick says, he's a boy,
Well,
married to a boy.
oh, well, I mean, that's a non factor, but congratulations, I guess. I mean, the non factor is I didn't really care if it was a dude or a chick, but I'm
Oh,
happy you're
right,
happy.
right. Yeah,
I don't know.
because
I'm probably expressing that very poorly, but
do I remember Von Rick that the two of you have been together for quite a while? Uh,
I mean, all I'm saying is you can be gay as a purple tomato or completely straight. I don't give a rat's ass. That's all I'm saying. Although, it's kind of funny. Have you ever met someone who was just plain flaming
oh
and then they
yes.
start talking about their wife or girlfriend?
Oh yeah. Uh huh.
And I'm like, wow, I need to check my assumptions, don't I?
I went to school with somebody like that. Everybody thought he was gay, but he was as straight as an arrow.
And that's the funny part is like straight as an arrow, not even bi.
Yeah.
I mean, I've encountered that level of irony before myself, and it's like, huh, okay, well, you do you, pal, I guess. Whatever floats your ducky.
Whack. Whack whack.
And I will never not say that. I forget where I first encountered it. I know I didn't make it up, but I mean, it's always whatever floats your boat. I say ducky,
Mm-hmm.
which is kind of funny given that apparently in Britain, being a ducky means that you're gay.
Oh, I learned something.
Or at least that's what it appears to be. That is my interpretation from the Britcoms I've watched, is that ducky is synonym for gay dude, probably flaming gay dude.
Oh my, oh my.
And you know what? I brought this up before. I don't know if I brought it up here though. Why is it that when there is any kind of gender confusion, people's language changes to where now everyone's either a dude or a chick? Like it's so rare to hear someone say man or woman, or maybe sometimes you hear male or female, but usually if there's any gender confusion, a guy is always a dude.
Huh.
I like it, like me. I notice patterns, and that is a pattern I've noticed a lot, and I don't know why.
I
It
hadn't.
seems awfully terribly random.
That's something I hadn't thought about really.
Well, I mean, most people don't notice these things. I know very few people who've noticed those license plates either. Although, oh gosh, what was it I was watching? Oh yeah, it was Cobra Kai, and Daniel Larusso's car actually had the 2GAT123 plate.
Okay.
And I remember seeing that going, all right, I see what they did there. So, but I mean, that's just me. You know me and license plates.
Yep, definitely quite a collection you've got there.
Uh, and I was amused when I encountered that one site that said a possible symptom of Asperger's is a fascination with license plates. Like, that's literally a symptom.
Oh man, It's interesting that it would specifically be license plates.
Well, I mean, it was an example, but I mean, because, well, one thing that was bugging me on so many of those sites, they seem to assume that if you're Aspie, you're going to be good at math. You might even have a passion for math. And I'm sitting there going, what about those of us with a passion for language? It's just as technical,
Mm-hmm.
but apparently they assume that you're all going to be, the math genius or Bobby Fischer or something involving that kind of intellectuality, which
Okay.
I say because I really I don't know, I'm tired. But no, seriously, they assume that your bent will be towards science rather than creativity or language.
Okay. Yeah.
And that bothers me because it's not true.
And as you say, language is just as technical as mathematics.
You know,
If you're in
If you're in something.
yeah, I was trying to answer something and pause didn't kick in fast enough. So you ended up with the first couple of words of the video where I had to respond to somebody.
Okay then. Wait a minute. Redacted says I'm ASD and can't do basic maths. I'm trying to remember what is ASD. All I remember is that it's a place I worked for years ago, but that's not what you mean. Oh, Bougie boy.
Yeah, well, 11 a.m., 11:15-ish a.m. I may have to break for food soon, but I don't know how soon.
Okay. Yeah, we would not want you to starve. That would not be a good thing. We do not
I
want.
mean, I could just go grab something quick.
I mean, we do not want Kate wasting away. Withering to nothing. And I'm just giving you a hard time. You know that.
I don't think I can wither to nothing. There will always be some substance left, and you know it.
Yeah. Even if it is what a little bit of leather stretched over a skeleton, right?
Pretty much. I don't know. It's weird. Like, got into that discussion with people about what one wants done with one's remains. And I was surprised. I've never understood the appeal of cremation. I don't get it. I really don't. But I mean, I want, like I say, I intend to live forever or die trying. But assuming that the worst happens, what I truly want is to be mulched and used as fertilizer.
That is a nice idea. It really, really is. And my
And there are
understanding.
companies that will do it for you.
I was headed there. Yeah, I understand it. Is one of those companies in Washington State or something like that?
Mm. I just know that that's what I want.
Mm-hmm.
I want to be recycled back into the system, is what I want.
Is too interesting and the thing for to into. Uh, let's
Well,
see.
but I mean, like if you're cremated, I don't even really know what happens to all the bits of you that don't turn into ash. I guess you just float off as energy, but I mean, it seems like such a waste. I mean, at least burial at sea, you'll rot in the water and fertilize something that way, or get eaten by something. But cremation, I don't get it.
Well, one thing about it, I guess, is that it's compact.
But I don't know. Maybe I'm overthinking it. I just like the idea of, like, Using my remains as fertilizer is the closest I think I could ever get to resurrection or reincarnation. You know,
Okay, yeah, yeah.
I want the bits of me that lived to help something else live. That's what I want.
Oh, okay. Um, Timeline 27 April 2019. The Washington legislature recently passed a bill that, if signed by the governor, allows human bodies to be composted and used for mulch. And I do believe it
Mhm.
was signed by the governor. So, yeah, it is Washington. Okay.
Well, regardless, yeah, and I have to say that I hate the idea of the traditional burial a lot because I mean, number one, they usually embalm you, which means
Right.
that you're unlikely to actually fertilize anything.
Right.
But then you're also sealed up in a box where it's hard for bits of you to get out.
And, yeah, my understanding is you do not decompose properly.
Well, because they embalmed you.
Yeah, you turn into a soup rather than any proper decomposition. This is
Well,
interesting.
whatever happens to you, it just I don't like the idea of it. It seems wrong somehow.
This is uh, oh my word. Please excuse me. This little teaser here. After a month, a corpse will yield about a yard of fluffy soil, which will then be given to the deceased's family or to a conservation group.
Well, I don't want that either. I want to fertilize something.
Well, I guess once the soil is given, yeah, then they can just plant something in it.
Although I am told that there are substances in the human body that are kind of toxic when you start to decompose.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Okay, here's something that like I've been watching these movies lately that for whatever reason have people getting kind of killed in them. And like have you ever noticed when people are standing in a graveyard, they're always sort of like standing so they can look at the headstone, which means they're standing over the body.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
You know, it's like you're talking if we follow the line of where your eyes are pointed, you're talking to someone else's corpse,
Yeah.
you
Okay.
know?
Yeah.
So, I mean, that strikes me as kind of funny. Of course, talking to a grave is kind of funny too.
Indeed. Yeah, and that's so much a trope.
Yeah. Although one thing I thought was kind of funny in How I Met Your Mother, Marshall's father, I mean, spoiler alert, but Marshall's father dies during the series. And at one point, he ends up holding like an NFL tailgate party on his father's grave. You know, like complete with barbecue and beer.
Oh,
And
jeez.
I mean, well, it's in Minnesota, so people are like obsessed with whichever the hell football team is theirs, and you know, so like a bunch of people who are mourners at a different grave come over and start sharing all the brats
Okay, then. I mean, I
because
never,
apparently they're like, yeah, my relative loved football too, or something.
I never thought that a cemetery would allow picnicking on the graves, but okay.
Do you think that they have security guards that prevent it? I mean, sure, it may not be allowed, but you know, is Kevin with his stun gun and his security guard contract standing there, making sure no one partays?
Gee, I don't know. I never really did pay any much serious attention to that. But now that I'm thinking of it, anytime I would be in a cemetery or anything, no, I wasn't seeing any security guards or anything. Because one of the routes I would take to get from one place to another in the city of Pittsburgh happened to go through a cemetery. So yeah, I got to see a lot of cemetery footage, and don't remember seeing any security personnel. Yeah.
You know the movie Say Anything. It's the one
Yeah,
where John
yeah,
Cusack holds the boombox over his head.
yep.
You know what you should totally do is go to wherever the hell the slimy bastards are buried. Hold a boombox over your head that's playing "Ding Dong, the Witch is Dead." You know, just to,
Yep.
I bet a lot of people wouldn't appreciate it, but at the same time, it's hilariously funny.
Yeah, that's an idea that I might have to keep in mind.
I mean, you know, the idea of a cemetery flash mob amuses the hell out of me. It's kind of a shame that you can't do flash mobs during a pandemic. And also, I suspect that the one I'd want to do would be like somehow illegal, like shouting fire in a crowded theater. You know, getting a bunch of people together and like have them walk around some public place, and then at a certain time, everyone starts to cough.
Yeah, that would go over really well these days.
Yeah, we're talking lead balloon here, but I mean, still, like, the thought of that amuses me. But if you record it and put it on YouTube, you'll get one of two reactions. Either everyone will find it hilarious, or you will be an instant pariah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So, because you never can tell how people are going to react on the internet. You know, like if you complain about somebody being mean, there's a good chance you're just going to be called a wuss. On the other hand, if they're mean in the wrong way, you could easily be like everyone's new underdog hero. And there's no way to predict which it will be.
Yep.
So, I don't know.
Yeah, if you're
I
gonna.
mean, there are times when I just plain don't complain about other people online because it's going to backfire.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, redacted. I've thought of that. Doing the donate the body to medical science. Still haven't completed.
Eh,
Still haven't completed the paperwork.
well, I don't know. I'm going to donate my body to science fiction,
Move beef.
which is a line I stole from Stephen Wright, but it's still a good one.
Mm-hmm.
And Stephen Wright's hilarious. If you don't agree, you're wrong.
There you are.
And if you don't know who Stephen Wright is, imagine how lucky you are to still have that experience ahead of you. Sometimes I wish I could erase my memory of certain bits of pop culture just so I can experience them for the first time again. My
Yeah.
only worry, though, is that some of what I wish I could experience again is kind of old, and I don't know if it still holds up. So I might end up not liking it after wiping my memory.
Indeed. I'm
And
trying
that
to.
worries me.
Trying to. Is he the one that juggled bowling balls?
Too.
Stephen Wright.
Not that I know of. That sounds more like a Gallagher thing.
Okay.
But Stephen Wright would not juggle. Definitely not.
Okay, because the
I
one.
mean, maybe he did and I didn't see it, but he does not strike me as a juggler.
Okay, because the one thing I remember is from a routine where whoever it was in a the monotone sort of thing like that is
That's him.
juggling one bowling ball is no big deal. Juggling three
Oh,
bowling balls is a big deal, and he's doing it while he's saying this.
I don't remember that. I remember, I mean, he's definitely kept in monotone, but I don't remember him juggling anything.
Okay.
Um, I'm certainly not finding anything online. What was it? So, Okay, must include juggling. No. Let's see. So, yeah. All right. I don't even see what you're talking about at all. I typed in juggling one bowling ball is not a big deal. Is it no big deal?
Could be. Could be.
But I'm not saying it like at all.
Okay.
I do see a guy, Michael Davis, who might do it, but and I could definitely see him being confused for Stephen Wright.
Okay.
Uh,
Maybe then.
the hair is similar enough. Wait a minute. Hold on. I see a bowling ball. Okay. Speak,
That
dude.
was stupid.
Okay.
So far, it's what we like the best. Is it affected by gravity?
Yeah.
And that's frightening. Sometimes it's not important how many in terms of quantity. Is it affected by gravity? Or does the Earth suck?
Okay.
Sorry, I can't control my own sense of humor, but evidently you can't. So. The bowling ball would have to combine with an egg. Natural enemy of a bowling ball.
Well, this does not appear to be the routine you were talking about because he's juggling a bowling ball and an egg.
Okay, that doesn't sound familiar. No.
I have honestly no idea what you're talking about, but I'm pretty sure it was not Stephen Wright.
Okay.
Or if it was, he was not juggling at the time.
Okay then.
So anyway, yeah, redacted. You have a point. I'm not sure if only side of tape. Yeah. Actually, come to think of it, is it weird that there was no B side to a VHS tape?
Oh, I'm playing the techie here and saying no big deal, but I've known of several tape recorders, not necessarily VHS. I mean, some audio tape recorders and the whole thing that had no B side. They used the entire tape on one pass.
Must have made rewinding a bitch. I mean,
Yeah.
if you flip the tape around, could you just listen to it backwards?
Yeah.
Huh, wacky fun.
Backwards, and the tracks were shifted. You know, you heard the right track through the left side and the whole bit. You know.
You know, I have some headphones here that, for whatever reason, the left and right channels are reversed. And I didn't notice because I was mostly listening to music, but then I started playing a video game with them, and the explosions were happening on the wrong side, and I was like, "The fuck."
Okay then.
So, speaking of things going backward, there is an episode of Red Dwarf that has sort of a backwards message in it, because the whole premise of the episode is that they end up going through some weird time warp that makes time go backwards, so they're watching everyone else do stuff in reverse. And at one point, like there's this comedian who is introducing people, and he's obviously speaking backward, but if you listen to what he's saying in reverse, he's like, okay, so I'm pointing at him and I'm pointing at him, but I'm not actually addressing them. I'm addressing the one sad bastard who took the time to watch this backward. What kind of a boring ass life must he have? You know? And it's like, these days you couldn't get away with that because internet and everyone has video editing software. If something's going backwards, they can listen to it.
Uh-huh.
Oh, here we go. Here it is, like fully quoted. You are a stupid, square-headed, bald git, aren't you, eh? I'm pointing at you, but I'm not actually addressing you. I'm addressing the one prat in the country that's bothered to get a hold of this recording, turn it round, and actually work out the rubbish that I'm saying. What a poor, sad life he's got. Frankly, your act's crap. Anyway, anybody could have done it. I hate the lot of you. Bollocks to you. So, actually, it's kind of like I hid an Easter egg in the Quinn Redshift animation I'm working on. There is Morse code in the intro, and it does indeed say something. I'm not telling you what because I've actually forgotten the exact text, but it's pretty similar to what happened in Backward, where it's basically like, wow, you took the time to interpret this.
Okay, then.
But yeah, the Morse code does indeed say something.
Geez, I'm trying to remember now who it was. One of the internet people persons who, in their intro, had the channel name in Morse. Oh, man.
I remember like a year or two ago, Suris was putting these like funky little coded messages in his videos
Yep.
and like giving prizes for the people who figure it out.
Okay, I remember that. Yeah.
That has been a while, hasn't it? My word. I guess he stopped doing it because people kept like figuring them out too quickly.
Oops. It's like,
Well,
okay, I'm not too good at this then.
Well, I mean, there are a lot of like TV shows and video games and movies and stuff that have these sort of funky fonts that have hidden messages in them because they're supposed to be from like aliens or magical powers or some shit. And it's like you can actually find websites that translate them for you.
Okay.
Like, for example, the alien language in Futurama can be translated. The weird, funky symbol looking things in The Good Place can be translated. And there's a bunch of others like that, where there's just these hidden Easter eggs in like language and stuff.
I remember the editor of the National Mensa magazine tried to do that, and it just totally or I'm sorry, it might have been the Cleveland Mensa magazine, but it totally flopped because it was a rather long message presented one letter at a time. So if you came in the middle of this thing, you're looking at as I did, you're looking at these letters and what the hell's going on here because you missed the first half of the damn message. But,
you know, one idea I had a little while ago, and I'd love to do it, but I doubt I could pull it off, is to start a TV series that is basically like set in some, I don't know, I'm picturing like old England kind of stuff, like turn of the century England, you know, sort of Dickens-esque England, you know? And then you know, having it be all about this drama and these families and this, that, and the other thing happening. And it seems really boring and dull. But peppered through the first season are little hints about something going on under the surface, but not necessarily like in your face hints. You really have to put them together where it's like, oh dear, did you hear that the son of the Thompsons down the road was abducted by highwaymen or something? Except later it kind of, or like someone mentions that the aurora borealis was especially strong or something, but there are these little offhand comments that never really seem to affect the story at all. And then in the second series the aliens invade,
okay then.
you know, and like, but I'd want to keep that as secret as possible, make every member of the cast and crew sign NDAs with like stiff penalties for you know, revealing it too early. And you know, just because the whole idea is to take an audience that would not normally be into this sort of thing, get them into it, get them invested in the characters, and then hit them with the sudden plot change. Well, hell, not even a plot change, a genre change.
Okay, then, yeah.
Well, because I mean, a lot of people that are into one thing usually aren't into the other. And I sometimes wonder what would it take to get someone who says they hate sci-fi fantasy to get them into it?
Yeah, yeah.
You know. But I mean, obviously it'll never happen, but it's something I've often wanted to do.
Robert, I know the feeling. I was learning Morse for my ham license, and yeah, I don't remember. Well, I do remember tiny little bits and pieces, but I could not have a conversation in Morse anymore.
Do you seriously need a license for a ham radio?
Yeah, at the time he did.
That seems bizarre to me. Like what's being regulated even?
Um, I guess the use of the airwaves, because I mean you were broadcasting and receiving.
Yeah, but you didn't need a license for a walkie-talkie.
I believe the range had something to do with it. Um,
Uh,
because I mean the hams, if the conditions were right, you could talk around. You could talk around the world.
Now, what does that actually mean, ham, in this context? I'm sure it's an acronym of some sort.
I don't remember where it came from. Um,
Fallacious audio maker. I don't know.
let's see where did
Yeah, or just
ham.
go to Wikipedia and type in ham radio. It'll come up. Let's see. Amateur radio, also known as ham radio. Da 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 da. Let's see. History. Ham radio. The term ham was first a pejorative term used in professional wired telegraphy during the 19th century to mock operators with poor Morse code sending skills, aka ham fisted.
Ah, okay.
So, yeah. Oh, the amateur radio community subsequently began to reclaim the word as a label of pride, and by the mid 20th century, it had lost its pejorative meaning. Although not an acronym, it is often mistakenly written as a backronym with ham in capital letters.
Okay, okay.
So there you go. There's the origin.
Yay!
Yeah, I've wondered about that for about 5 minutes, and now I'm done.
Yeah, I was learning more since 1971. So it was a little while ago.
This may seem like a bit of a rabbit hole, but believe me, I can bring it back around. I was um, like watching the movie Twister like a couple of weeks ago, and you know who's in Twister?
Sure do, L.
There you go. But I couldn't help noticing just how much of like a who's who of the late 80s, early 90s that movie was. I mean, it had so many people in it
Yes.
where I'm like, wow, I haven't seen you in forever. One of the people in there was Joey Slotnick, who, like, you probably don't even know who he is, but you've seen him in something. Um, and I recently saw him in an episode of The Goldbergs, and he is not looking well. And I couldn't help noticing Steve Gutenberg was also on a couple of episodes of The Goldbergs, and wow, I did not recognize him at first. I had to check the cast list to tell it was him, right? So a lot of actors don't seem to be like I don't know why. A lot of them just don't seem to hold up in old age. Maybe
Okay
it's just
then.
all that fast living they do, all the drugs and the hookers and whatever else.
And blackjack
Expensive,
and
expensive eating. Lots of expensive eating, I'm sure.
oh my, there's the other thing I really can't justify. I mean,
Hmm.
I really can't justify expensive eating for myself.
Well, what do you mean by that exactly?
Well, for example, caviar. It's like, what's the why? Why spend that money for the fish eggs? Um, I'm not impressed with caviar. I've had caviar, and it was an
Well,
interesting experience, but no, not really.
I mean, as I understand it, caviar is not exactly pleasant to eat.
It's quite salty.
Well, I didn't know that part. I just got the impression that it was kind of icky, but okay.
Well, what I had was rather hard spheres. I mean, they're chewable, but still a little harder than what you might think of for a fish egg. I think it's all the salt. Um, on cream cheese on a cracker.
Okay, well, but I mean, a lot of these high society food dishes sound so disgusting. Like why would anyone eat pate? The very concept of pate fills me with desperate loathing. I
Reminds me too
mean,
much of potted meat.
okay. You
Yeah,
mean like canned meat?
there's a canned meat product that is called potted meat,
Unfamiliar with it.
and I believe potted here refers to canned, but trying to
Oh, so we're dealing with a regionalism. Got it.
I think there's a devil involved in the logo.
Oh, someone is cooking breakfast.
Uh oh.
Well, it
And
smells
someone
really
else
good.
is getting hungry. Yeah.
Oh, it smells so goddamn good. It smells like, well, it smells more like brunch, really. It's got that English muffins and sausage smell to it.
Ah, yeah. Okay, okay. Now you've got me thinking because I got a couple bangers up in the freezer, and I've gone through all the bacon, so we wouldn't have that.
Oof, bacon sounds good too. I've been buying these like microwave, not actually Egg McMuffins,
Oh
and
yes,
those are really,
those.
really goddamn good. And
Yeah,
I don't know, I want one now, but I don't want to go out. Going out sounds shitty.
it's been a long time since I've made one of those. Come to think of it, I mean, you have a little ring, and you scramble the egg, and in the pan you pour it into the ring, and you put it on the English muffin with a slice of that
Yeah,
stuff. Hmm?
that's work. I'm just gonna go beep 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 on a microwave. Okay.
There you go. And I don't know. Well, you have that slice of stuff that somebody decided to call cheese, which bears no resemblance to actual cheese, but you know what the hell.
I like American cheese. I'm sorry, I do. It's tasty. Like, you can be offended at it not being cheese all you like, but it tastes good and that's all I care about.
I mean, it's better than nothing, but you know.
Well, and there is something, I'm sorry, to the taste of it that hits the lizard brain rather thoroughly.
What do we have here?
I do think it's so odd, though, that most of what we like is bad for us.
Yes, absolutely.
I mean, I guess it makes a certain kind of sense. We want high calorie food for the winters and stuff, and we just haven't out evolved it yet because it's unnecessary, but we still haven't. But even so,
Oh my. Now I'm starting to smell soup.
soup. What kind of soup?
The closest I could come would be lentil soup.
Mm, I could not identify lentil soup if my life depended on it. At least not from the stench, anyway.
Well, come on over. I'll serve you up some.
Yeah, it also doesn't sound appealing either.
Well, let's see. For the ingredients list, this one's got lentils, chopped onion, chopped bacon, chopped red pepper, chicken broth.
And I like a good chicken noodle.
Okay, you're halfway there.
I mean, I suppose you could reasonably describe my taste in food as plain. I mean, don't get me wrong. I do like something that's been nicely spiced. But for the most part, I don't really want my palate challenged too much. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it actually does. And it's really interesting. I mean, the thought has crossed my mind. Cooking for you would be a real challenge.
Oh, but it's not, though. I mean, you know, what I like is pretty easily identified.
I guess in the sense of it is outside of my range, so it's not stuff I think of.
Oh, I see. So,
Yeah.
not the actual cooking.
No, it's just the choice of menu. Yeah.
I see.
Because you're. I know you like the stir fries a whole hell of a lot, and
I
yet,
do.
and I don't mind the stir fries at all. But I'm the one who loves chicken paprikash, and you won't come near the stuff. The sour cream.
Yeah. Well,
Um,
this is why I say, I mean, I like my food. See, plain is the wrong word for it, but I don't know.
I wonder if it's the kind of plain that Pennsylvania German food is. Um,
I wouldn't.
is My ex, most recent ex, came from a Pennsylvania German background, and you would call it plain, but it did taste like something. Um, but it didn't have all of the fancy spices. Maybe it had some salt and pepper and I don't know, maybe a little parsley here and there, but you
Well,
didn't.
I like
Mhm.
I like my Indian food.
Oh, Indian food is yummy, yummy, yummy.
Like I guess I like my food. I guess the best way to put it is unadorned.
Yeah, that sounds a lot like a word that would describe Pennsylvania German. Yeah.
Just give me the food, don't fancy it up.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Like let's put it this way, if someone said to me, okay, here is like the best meal produced by the most famous French chef or whatever the fuck, or you can have some Burger King, chances are good I'm going to go for the Burger King.
Well, I don't blame you if by French you mean Parisian.
Well,
Um,
I don't. That was not meant to be specific. The point is, if someone said, "Here is our extraordinarily highfalutin dish,"
mm-hmm.
I'd be like, "Yeah, I'd rather go to IHOP, but thank you."
No. The reason I say that is the French food people think of when they think of French is Parisian. Country French is actually some
It
really good food.
doesn't matter though. The point is, you go to one of those French restaurants where you get the snooty ass waiter, and it's like,
Yep.
yeah, I didn't come here for this at all. Like I'd rather go to a good Italian place. At least there you can get food where it doesn't have something disgusting all over it.
And there is where I was headed. From the south of France is very close to Italian. One of them taught the other one how to cook, and I forget which was which.
Well, whoever it was, the Italians were the ones who got it right.
Mm.
I mean, I'm sorry, there was this blackened chicken fettuccine Alfredo that you can get at this one place downtown. Oh my gosh.
Sounds tasty, actually. Yeah, sounds yummy and tasty. Um, there's one. pork neck gravy, which is essentially tomato sauce, that I make that I have to pat myself in the back, and it's pretty darn good. And it's in, if you want to call it a country style rather than a so-called highfalutin style. Yeah. Um, Throw that on some pasta, and you've got yourself a meal.
Well, there are a bunch of things I've tried on pasta just to see what I could do with it. The one that worked weirdly well was sweet. Putting sugar on pasta is actually kind of tasty.
Yeah. I know that there are dessert pasta recipes out there.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And I have to say, like I say, I liked it. I thought it was tasty,
Jeez.
but I'm not sure I'd want it every day.
Oh no.
Um,
It's a little starchy.
that's not why, but
Geez, I haven't cooked Italian in a hell of a long time.
well, I don't know. I have, but I'm sure what I cooked would offend a lot of Italians. But, again, I don't care. I made what I like, and that's what I want, is what I like. The
No.
experience of eating should be more important than ticking some high society box.
Oh
You know,
yeah.
like I said, a lot of the stuff I make that I would call an Indian stir fry probably offends the fuck out of most Indians, but you know what? It's a good eat.
Okay then.
Well, tell me what else matters. I dare you.
Right. Yeah. I mean, what are you gonna do with this stuff other than eat it? Really?
Well, poop it later, but not important. Uh, yeah, I mean, like there are some things where I think people should be pretty specific. Where you really should follow the instructions. There's other things where I think, you know what, chill the hell out.
Yeah.
And food is kind of one of them in a lot of cases where it's like, okay, so I didn't make my barbecue pork fried rice according to strict Chinese tradition. I don't care.
I mean, there are some dishes that are a little bit sensitive. Um, for example, spaghetti alla carbonara is usually best done according to the recipe, because the cheeses don't mix very well with the cream if you don't do it quite right, and then you end up with this lumpy thing, which is not what you were after in the first place.
All
Um,
right, do me a favor and explain to me why it's called that. Is it just like charred and that's why it's called carbon?
I believe it originated in a coal mining region of Italy.
Oh, that's not as exciting.
Mm. No, it's spaghetti with a sauce consisting of egg yolks with an egg white or two. I think there's cream involved.
Sorry,
Um,
rewind. Including what? What was the first word?
Egg yolks with.
Oh, okay.
Hmm. Yeah, you
Sorry,
separate the
what I
eggs.
heard, what I heard was atheokes, and I'm like, is that atheist eggs? Or is it atheist artichokes? What did I just hear? Is what like because I was so boggled.
Okay, I'll get a little closer to the microphony here. Yay! There you go. But yeah, I made some a little while back, just a few weeks, and I didn't get it quite right, and it ended up kind of lumpy, but it was still okay. I mean, it's food, yummy and tasty. Um, and yeah, you usually use pancetta, but you can use bacon if you don't have any pancetta around. Um,
Oh,
and
hello, Xander.
meow, 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 meow.
Yeah, he he has this tendency to jump up on chair arms.
Okay, okay.
So, it's like all of a sudden he's there from behind me because he doesn't jump from anywhere I can see ever. And then all of a sudden, boom, armchair,
I wonder,
armrest.
speaking of kitties, I wonder where the little one got off to. She's not in the cat bed. She could be on the human bed. She's been doing that lately. Well, it is getting cooler. Yeah, it's gonna be
Oh,
in
yeah.
the. It's gonna be.
So cool, Daddy-O. I don't know.
It's gonna be in the 80s for the next couple of days, and then I guess the temperature is
Ooh,
supposed to plunge.
I love the 80s.
Mm.
Sorry, I'll just be over here.
Temperature wise, I'll take the 80s. Definitely, I'll take the 80s over the 20s.
Yeah, 120 sounds nasty.
When was
Like
the
literally painful, even.
when was the last time you had a winter in the 20s?
Probably 1929.
Okay.
Well, I mean, am I wrong?
Well, I don't know that you would have been around in 1929, right?
But you were just graduating high school, I think.
Right.
But yeah, I don't know. I know that it would get below zero in Vermont.
I take it that it really didn't get all that cold in Seattle.
No, but it got cold enough, to be unpleasant.
Okay. Because I'm trying to remember if there is if there's an ocean current that moderates the temperature similar to the way the Gulf Stream would moderate the temperature in the British Isles.
I mean, probably, but it's not something I've spent the time researching.
And yeah, that's the interesting thing about the Gulf Stream. I don't know how long it's going to keep doing that.
I don't know. Now I have that song "Wet Dream" in my head. You know the one?
No, actually, I don't.
Gonna be a wet dream, cruising through the Gulf Stream. No,
It's not.
it's the one that's just chock full of fish puns.
Okay, because yeah, it's not hitting any memory keys. But then again, as I say, the memory is shot.
Well, let's see if I can pull up, because it's not even lyrics really; it's spoken word. But it's like it was April the 41st, being a quadruple leap year. I was driving through downtown Atlantis. My Barracuda was in the shop, so I was in a rented Stingray, and it was overheating. So I pulled into a Shell station. They said I'd blown a seal. I said, fix the damn thing and leave my private light out of it, okay, pal? While they were doing that, I walked over to a place called the Oyster Bar, a real dive. But I knew the owner. He used to play for the Dolphins. I said, hi, Gil. You have to yell. He's hard of herring. Right? And it's but the chorus is, think I had a wet dream, cruising through the Gulf Stream. Ooh, like that. And so every time you said Gulf Stream, that popped into my head.
It is sounding familiar as you were talking about the spoken word. Yeah, yeah. Redacted. There seems to be an indication that the Gulf Stream is falling victim to climate change.
Well, so I guess the question becomes, what does Kate want to eat for breakfast today?
Oh, a little bit this, a little bit that. Oh,
No,
I
I mean
know.
seriously, like part of it. I keep having these weird cravings for Kung Pao chicken. I don't know why.
Kung Pao chicken for breakfast sounds good.
But I also, well, it's almost noon, so not really breakfast anymore.
Well, you could have life cereal with chocolate milk.
No, I couldn't. I mean, I'd have to go out to do it.
I tell you, chocolate milk on cereal is pretty decent when you're in the mood for it.
I've been tempted. Actually, no, I take that back. I've been tempted to get cereal that makes its own chocolate milk. I'm looking at you, Cocoa Krispies.
Okay then. Shh. When was the last time I had Cocoa Krispies? It was just a little while ago.
I don't know. It's weird. Sometimes the random ass trivia that's just stuck in my head. Honestly, I need to go on like a quiz show that's all about sci-fi trivia.
Moo.
Although no questions about Disney Star Wars. If you want to confine it to 1 through 6, okay, but no Disney.
Okay then.
Just saying. Fuck Disney right in its stupid face. Or I could tell you how I really feel.
Okay. Oh my. Yeah, Robert asks, redacted, are the kids also glad to not have you? And this is one of the reasons that I did not have kids. I would pity the poor kid who had me as a parent.
Yeah, well, it's like I keep saying, I'd make a really good auntie, but a lousy mom.
Mm.
I don't know. I just worry that eventually I'd be like, oh, that's why people beat their kids.
Yeah, yeah.
So, it's probably for the best that I limit my exposure to children just because, oof, I don't know if it would go well.
Well,
I mean, don't get me wrong. I love kids. They're great people. They're just great in small doses.
rather like W.C. Fields, I love kids if they're properly cooked.
Hmm. Yeah. Ah, well, what you gonna know?
Robert X refuses
Yes,
to
I agree with you, Robert. Totally. There is not, and there's also no Tron Legacy. That doesn't exist either. Oh, don't get me fucking started. Nostril raping my childhood. Which is a weird mental image, to be perfectly
I was
honest.
going to say that's a rather, yeah.
But, yeah. I mean, yeah, I don't want to indulge in, like, I could go down a rabbit hole that would get really twisted and sick and probably end up demonetizing your channel. But,
Whoever said I was monetized in the first
I
place.
know. But you know what I'm saying. You get flagged or some shit.
Well, I could see them putting a little note in their book on my channel, but this one never gets monetized ever.
Yeah, well, I don't know. It's funny. Like lately, I've been seeing a lot of people asking for help to reach a certain subscriber total,
Yeah.
and I'm like, oh, 50, huh? I don't know. Maybe that's cruel of me. Maybe it's uncharitable, but I'm like, yeah, I looked 50 in the rear mirror like 13 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
So, speaking of which, my oldest video got flagged last night.
Oh, Jesus.
Well, but the weird part is I mean, it's not even a copyright claim. It was more a matter of, by the way, there's something copyrighted in here, so someone is getting all the revenue from it. And I'm like, dude, it's a video from 2009, and it's set to private even. No one can see it, so maybe cool your jets a little. Ah, well, whatever. Like they actually gave me a chance to explain myself, which might actually have been my influence, because boy, did I tell them I wanted that when I did those YouTube interviews. But I was like, look, it's an old video. It was for a project that's long dead. I don't even care. Whatever. And then I was like, and it's at the private. But whatever. I don't care. I mean, hell, I was halfway to just deleting the video, but it seemed like a pain in the ass to try it. So, whatever. I don't care.
Move beef.
It's amazing how much of life can be made more bearable by just saying I don't care.
Yeah, definitely.
And actually a lot of it can be made much more pleasant by saying fuck all of you.
Yep.
But I don't know. Sometimes I'm worried people will take that wrong. Because again, I mean, much like when I say sometimes I just need to bitch, sometimes I just need to hate everybody. Like, I don't even mean anything by it. I just need to hate for a little while.
Then Robert X has some great advice here. Says, don't hit kids. Just throw them off a bridge. You have to keep hitting them before it has effect. Throwing them off a bridge. Get my point?
But just remember to weigh down the body.
Yeah.
I mean, kids floating tends to be something that leads cops to you. I know this because of a friend. Shh. Definitely wasn't me.
Okay, then.
No way. I had nothing to do with it. I was nowhere near there at the time, and I don't know what you're talking about anyway.
This is interesting.
Is it? Because I was trying to be, so...
Now, Robert X says, it seems you can have a copyright strike when you use your own stuff from a different channel. Ask Mr. Atheist.
Now, that makes no sense. I think you shouldn't be able to have a copyright strike unless the person who you've struck, the person whose material you've used complains. I think that should be a requirement to get a copyright strike.
But boy, that's interesting the way they apply that. Yeah, they're not even checking who owns the channel.
Well, you'd think then that you'd be able to on your other channel, like they'd notify you, by the way, someone's trying to use your shit, and they tell you what shit they're trying to use, and you can go, that's my other channel, right? If you could just say, I decline the copyright claim,
Mm-hmm.
You'd think that would be built into the system. Oh, well. But,
Yeah, Redacted. Redacted doesn't care about apathy. I was just thinking about that sort of thing with I don't care. Because there's some stuff recently I don't care. But it's not an apathetic I don't care. It's more a I hope you get all the crap that you've asked for without realizing you're asking for it.
I wish you worms in your head.
Yeah, something like that.
No, I still love the bit from Patton Oswalt where he's like a whole bunch of shit goes wrong. He goes, I want someone to be sad, and I want to know I'm responsible. And boy, do I know what he means.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I don't know. It's along the same lines as don't help me, I just want a bitch.
Oh, interesting. Von Rick says, used to live in Pahrump, Nevada, near Mound House, Nevada. Parts of this country where illegal brothels still exist.
I like, was it George Carlin, I think, who was like, selling's legal, fucking's legal. Why isn't selling fucking legal?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
And Jim Jeffries made a good point. He's like, okay, prostitution is illegal unless you film it. You can pay someone to have sex, but it's only legal if your friend Bobby is in the corner with a video camera.
Okay.
I mean, look, he's got a point. Porn kind of is like prostitution after a fashion.
Yeah.
Yeah, what you said there, Microraptor. Sometimes you just want to scream at the world. It's like I've had Facebook and Twitter entries that just consisted of fuck. And it makes sense. But I love there was this one entry from Will Wheaton on Twitter where he's like, every day I go outside and say computer end program just in case.
There you are.
And that's not a horrible idea. Oh well. What you gonna do, huh?
Yep. Micro Raptor wants to scream at the world occasionally. There are times where I'd like to detonate an explosive device, but that's usually frowned upon.
Well, everybody wants to rule the world.
Yeah. I forget who did that one.
Here's for fears.
Oh, okay. There we go.
No, trust me to have the 80s knowledge. I mean, honestly, I really genuinely do feel sorry for anybody who was not a kid during the 80s. That was the best time to be a kid ever. Ever. I mean, assuming you like to consume entertainment media.
Okay.
Because honestly, that was the best part of the 80s, was there was just so much entertainment to be found. And honestly, I kind of credit George Lucas with that. Because, I mean, prior to Star Wars, movies were kind of pathetic in the special effects department. And then they got so amazingly good for like at least 10 years. I don't know. It's possible I've fetishized my childhood to a certain degree. But I cannot encounter certain bits of the 80s and not start to tear up. Like the very end of Back to the Future, I just rewatched that the other day, and I was like, oh, they don't do it like this anymore, do they? Oh well.
Oh.
Although they're not incapable of it. The movie Bumblebee, the Transformers movie Bumblebee, was like watching an 80s movie, just slightly modernized.
And I feel somewhat like that about certain elements of the 60s. But, I don't know if one could say that as a whole the 60s were good. I mean, I was in a sector of society where it might be a little better than for other people in other sectors of society.
Well, let me just say this. 2 words about the 60s. Viet fucking Nam.
There you go. Yeah, that was problematic. And don't think that I wasn't a little frightened about being sent there. I just missed it. Just the draft was abolished only months before I turned 18.
Well, look at it this way. You had bone spurs. You could get out of it.
There you go. There you go.
Yeah.
But life, I guess, was better for me, the child of middle class, or maybe even upper middle class parental units, than it was for a black kid in Detroit. You know.
Yeah, I don't know. I just, oh, I think back on what I had. I didn't realize what I had. That's the real bitch of it, too. I had no idea what I had.
Yeah, that happens too often.
But I think back on all those movie going experiences with my friends, and I'm just like, I would not trade that for fucking anything, except possibly my own spaceship. But man, just thinking of the sheer onslaught of amazingly good movies. It was kind of before Hollywood got too self-aware. You know, I mean, now everything is marketing departmented to death.
Mm-hmm.
And another thing someone pointed out is that everything is expecting to be a franchise. Every movie is made now with like a sequel in mind, with
Yeah.
multiple sequels in mind.
Yep.
And
Mm-hmm.
and it's all about money, 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 money. And I know a lot of people have that complaint about every next generation's movies, but I mean, like, they're not even trying to hide it now.
Yeah, and this
I mean,
is this is something quite different to the whole idea of the serials that you had in the 30s.
well, but that was not. I mean, those like the shorts that they would have before the actual picture.
Yeah, like the Buck Rogers stuff and all that shit. Yeah.
Right. At first, I thought you meant like on TV.
Oh, okay, okay. A serial rather than a series. Yeah.
Well, still, I mean, for a while, I heard some TV shows referred to as a serial.
Okay.
I think that soap operas were referred to in that fashion for a while.
Okay, I couldn't tell you about that one. The only
Well,
way
I'm,
I the only way I knew them referred to was my stories. Call,
yeah, I know.
call me back, Agnes. My stories are coming on.
Yeah, I don't know. It's funny, like the sheer amount of time I've spent trying to explain to people that in this context, opera has nothing to do with music.
Right.
And some people don't even know some of the terminology that grew out of that. I mean, like, space opera is totally a thing,
Oh yeah.
but a lot of people have never heard the term. And westerns used to be called horse operas.
Okay. Okay.
So I mean, yeah, it's not necessarily the fat lady singing.
Oh, the flag on the thumbnail for this show. That's the Christian theocracy flag. I don't think it's official or anything. It's just something somebody threw together. But yeah, this is very, very problematic.
Maybe I should do a stir fry. I don't know.
Stir fried
Um,
cat.
nah, that's not the way I like to eat pussy.
Okay.
Stir fried horny toad. I don't know.
The main theme, Micro, was you asked for it, you got it with the nomination of Barrett to fill Ruth Bader Ginsburg's Supreme Court seat, um, and she will, of course, be confirmed instantly.
Of
We're
course.
well on the road to a Christian theocracy here,
Well,
which is what the fascists have been having wet dreams over for years and years.
Well, we're just going to have to not let them.
Well, there's one way I can think of to do that. Probably
There's a
the only.
bunch of ways I could think of to do that.
Well, I don't know. Have they covered all the bases on that one? Because remember that the fascists want something, they'll go ahead and do it without regard for whether they're allowed to or not. Consider that a lot of what's gone on out of Washington has been off of Trump's desk by executive order rather than going through Congress as it should. And
Yeah.
the reason for that is just to get it done and let it work its way through the courts because the fascists have already packed the courts.
Well, I figure if they really want this like Christian wet dream of theirs, do you know anyone who has lions for rent?
I'd have to look that up. I don't know anybody offhand.
Because I'm thinking if it, in for a penny, in for a pound. You guys really want your Christian persecution? All right.
Yeah, absolutely. And okay, wait. Where is the left's conspiracy theories about the right wing killing our? I haven't seen that one.
Nah, she didn't hang herself in a jail cell.
I mean, we knew that her death was imminent. I'm amazed that she lasted as long as she did.
I don't know. I'm just
There are
whatevs.
there are quite a few people pissed off at her that she didn't retire during the Obama administration.
Well, I'm still pissed off at Christopher Hitchens for dying on my birthday. What can you do?
Yeah, there you go.
It seems like we lose way too many of the good people to cancer.
Yeah.
I mean, because that is what got Ruth Bader Ginsburg was cancer.
Yeah, I just don't remember cancer of the what because by the time it was over she had cancer of the everything.
Yeah, I think was it throat cancer this time around?
It
Oh
was
no, wait, no.
it might have been pancreatic cancer.
Even if it was throat cancer, what inspired me to guess that was actually Val Kilmer.
Okay. Oh, I was thinking it Hitchens inspired because he succumbed to esophageal cancer.
No, I was definitely thinking of Val Kilmer. He's not dead, but he had to have one of those tracheotomies. So,
Moof beef.
and unfortunately, he had to have it done before Top Gun 2. So that's going to make that movie interesting.
A moo.
Yeah. I don't know. I honestly don't know whether I'm looking forward to that movie or not.
Yeah, it's really interesting, Fonrick. You say cancer in time. She was 87. Um, I can think of 87 as old, but I don't think of 63 as all that old. Is that because I'm 63?
Yes.
Okay.
There was a time I thought 44 wasn't all that old or was extraordinarily old, and now I'm like, I mean, it's not really. I maybe it's just because I don't seem to age that much, but I feel pretty good. Like I don't know. I don't seem to be going through the midlife shit you hear about so much.
Interesting thought there, Doorknob Head. Are capitalist corporations little authoritarian cancer cells in the body of a democracy?
Hmm. actually, now that it's been brought up, I am actually a little surprised that there hasn't been a they gave her cancer, like, conspiracy theory. The only thing is, like, I can understand why there isn't, though, because that is more of a right wing thing to say, oh, this was all a plot.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's more of a right wing thing to say, like, look at this thing that happened because someone else made it happen for nefarious purposes. That's a lot more right wingish.
Yeah.
Like, especially if the claim is super outlandish.
Yeah. Absolute. And giving someone cancer would be kind of an outlandish claim.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even know how one would go about doing that.
Giving someone cancer, the only thing I can think of is making some sort of focused radiation ray.
Oh my, now we're getting into the CIA conspiracies.
Well, you know, I wonder how much of that is fueled by James Bond movies and people's overestimation of the gadgetry involved in spycraft.
Mm-hmm. I mean, there's enough gadgetry going on, but yeah, not to the extent some people think there is.
Well, I mean, okay, there was a meme I made and posted, maybe you saw it, maybe you didn't, about the difference between what science promises us and what we want from it versus what it's actually like.
That sounds familiar. Yeah.
And I'm like, this is why I'm not into science, is because it's not as cool as it could be. You know, it doesn't have that, whoa, look at what I can do vibe. It just has a, whoa, look at what the universe is doing vibe. And I had to go through a shit ton of math to get there, and that wasn't any fun. So, you know, where the hell's my damn spaceship? Because honestly, here we go. Why science isn't popular? What we want versus what we get. I mean, you understand this, right?
Oh yeah. Yeah, all
It's
those
like
Heinlein and what was the other one? Book covers.
Bradbury.
Thank you. That's it.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's the thing is like, you know, for the longest time, we were promised we'd be living like the Jetsons by the year 2000, and look where we are now.
Yeah, and that's the unfortunate thing when you get a lot of the popular culture fantasizing about what will be. What they miss is that throughout history, um, and at least in the short term, the future is just a whole hell of a lot like the past.
Well, yes and no. I mean, like if I tried to explain to people from, ooh, I don't know, 1950, the different kinds of technology we now have available to us, they'd probably be like, no. No, you know, explain a cell phone to someone from, you know, World War II. They'd probably be like, I get it, but how is that even possible?
Yeah, I get it. I'm just not sure how it's done. Because, yeah, you're talking to someone who was born in the 50s. But one of the thing I'm thinking of is the whole societal thing. Um, you know, the technology is one thing, but the way people live out their lives, I don't see as having changed very much
But,
between.
well, yeah, no, I don't know. I mean, there was a time not very long ago, historically speaking, when everyone still was growing their own food.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I'd say we've changed quite a bit in actually an extraordinarily short amount of time, historically speaking.
Yeah,
I
which
mean,
is.
the fact that we went from horse and buggy to cell phones in about 100 years to landing on the moon, that's pretty amazing right there that we're able to do that.
Yeah, which is what I was saying in the short term. You still see the same prejudices.
Mm.
You still see the same. What do I want to call them? The fallacies that are believed, that sort of thing. Um,
Mm.
I mean, is there that much difference between the current alt right and Joe McCarthy?
No, but that's not really the point, though. I mean, yeah, maybe we like live our lives along similar lines throughout the generations, but what's available to us will affect a lot of that. I mean, like I like to think about how we're in the information age right now. We have at our fingertips nearly every last scrap of human knowledge if we want it, and um, that will affect things like people's votes, for example, in elections, because they can be more informed now. Where before they relied probably a lot more on word of mouth, probably a lot more on manufactured media and all of that stuff. So how we behave has changed a great deal, actually, specifically because of technology.
Yeah, thinking of how that's done. The have all the information available to us, and yeah, word of mouth, and yeah.
Well, I mean, one of the things that I've thought about is how, again, I'm going back to being a kid in the 80s. It got a lot of us fired up about things like sci-fi and video games and everything. And our generation may be one of the first that really is able to relate to our kids because they're into that stuff too, and we never stopped.
Yeah, I remember you saying that. Was that Tuesday or Sunday? It was really, really recently, and you do have
Yeah.
that point there. Um,
And so things have definitely changed, and specifically because of tech.
yeah, because I
I
mean,
mean, like one of the themes or tropes or whatever you want to call it in the Goldbergs is how Adam's dad does not understand what Adam is into. He doesn't get the sci-fi. He doesn't get the video games. He's like Mr. Working Class, where all he does is go to work, come home, and sit in his favorite chair, and veg out, and that's like his whole life. And he doesn't get it when people are into other things that aren't so um see, simplistic is the wrong word, but it's also the right word.
no, I know where you're coming from when you say that. Yeah. Um,
Yeah.
and yeah, there's definitely that. The slimy bastards, for example, were I mean, even as shitty as they were, everybody's parents, everybody I knew, was of the sort where they didn't understand what the kids were into.
Hmm.
Those two actively hated what I was doing because, well, they actively hated everything. Um, but yeah, you had to go a very long way to find a parent that was into computer games, even the very simple computer games that existed 50 years ago.
Every time I encounter someone who doesn't understand the appeal of things like sci-fi, I feel sorry for them because it's
Mm-hmm.
like, I can see the appeal of, doing science for fun. I happen to find it extraordinarily boring, but that's because it doesn't do the really cool, sexy things like flying spaceships around. But, or at least I can't on my budget. But I get to pretend that I can do that stuff. I get to play a game that lets me feel like I'm doing it. I mean, hell, there's what is it? Elite Dangerous VR really does feel like you're sitting in the cockpit of a spaceship in many ways. And, so I can get what I'm after through this stuff, and it doesn't have to be real science.
Okay, we're gonna give that a little try. I see that my input volume got adjusted for me. God, I hate this automatic gain control.
All of a sudden, you sound like you're inside a concert hall, and there's a fair amount of line hiss.
There is. Oh, okay.
Well, not
Let's.
anymore. It seems to have stabled out. At first, it did, though.
Oh, okay. I wonder if that had something to do with the changing of the volume level.
Maybe. I don't know. It could, easily, in fact. Oh, yeah, food is starting to get critical. I think I need to go eat.
Oh my, oh my, oh my. Yes, we had. I suppose we had better let Kate obtain nourishment because an unnourished Kate is not a good thing.
It's a cranky Kate.
Well, that too, and
I might have to go out. Because as much as I have food in the house, I don't have what I'm craving.
yeah, I kind of know that feeling because I'm trying to decide whether or not I want to throw on a pair of sandals and go to Squall Mart for something other than I have here because I don't have that much that's ready to go here. I mean, I have a breast of lamb and I have a steak, and you have to put work into that, you know.
I really should look up some decent steak recipes because, I've been basically trying to improv my way through it and it's not working so well.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I
Okay.
mean, cooking is not necessarily something you can do by the seat of your pants.
Yeah, got a point there. And Purple says, Kate, you must entertain us, even if you starve. You and Purple
Actually,
can have that out later.
I, I could just go and grab some celery sticks as a holdover.
Oh my. Well, we've been at this for 3.5 hours. So,
Probably.
yeah, it's 15:37 by my clock.
Ugh, I don't want to go out. It involves so much work.
Yeah, Purple.
I used to go out a lot more readily, but when it started being like, now I have to hazmat up, I'm like, eh, how worth it is it really?
Fondrick, 5 minutes aside? Oh my word, how horrible!
See, okay, when it comes to preparing steak, you know what I really need is a flamethrower. Because what I want is to char the fuck out of the outside, but leave the inside largely uncooked.
Yes, I've had that, and it's quite good. Yeah.
But it's something I've never been able to achieve, unfortunately. Like if I'm able to get the outside as charred as I want it, the inside is cooked completely thoroughly, which is why I say I need a flamethrower because it seems to me you need actual flames to do this.
The other thing I can think of, I'm trying to think of exactly how one would go about this, would be a cast iron skillet on really, really, really high heat.
I might
Um,
actually be able to do that. That stovetop barbecue I bought that time is kind of like that. I've just never cranked the heat because I've been mostly cooking pork on it, and it's pork that needs to have stuff basted on it, so I cook it slow.
okay, because yeah, I'm thinking of say 550, maybe 600 degrees in that skillet, which is why I say cast iron. Aluminum would never survive that.
Well, that's the thing. They like okay, the stovetop grill has an aluminum drip tray, but the thing you cook on is like an iron sort of dome thing that lets the stuff drip into the tray.
Okay then, yeah.
So I mean, I don't know if the aluminum would necessarily survive, but it's also not right on the flame the way the actual grill itself is.
Yeah, yeah, there you go, Purple. Yeah, it's the kind of thing I'm thinking. He says
Duh.
sloth girl has a cast iron skillet with ridges in the bottom to hold the meat out of the grease. Fantastic
Nice.
for
Although
steak.
sometimes, although sometimes cooking in the grease can make things extra tasty.
Yeah, depending on what you're doing. Now the strip steak I have up in the freezer. Um, when I do uh, when I do grill that, it will be outside of the grease. I'll put just a tiny little bit of oil in the pan, such that you don't burn the pan up. And then 3 minutes aside, maybe two and a half.
Well, if I ever cut up steak into small chunks for a stir fry, I'll often just leave all the grease in there and throw the rice on top of it for flavor.
Oh yeah, that'll
And
work. That'll work.
the same thing with other meats as well. There have been times I've actually made bacon stir fries, which is pretty good, and just leave the grease in there and throw the rice on top of it. It
Mm-hmm.
soaks it, easier to clean, and it's much tastier. Not healthy in any way, but much tastier.
Well, when I made the lentil soup, they said pour off the bacon grease because I said screw that, I'm leaving it there, and it was the grease from a pound and a half of bacon, so it was quite a bit of it, and it really helped the soup out.
But the thing, I don't even really like Streisand that much. Why would I want Yentl soup?
I actually saw that film, believe it or not.
I would never watch it. I'm sure it's something I would never enjoy.
Oh my.
Rebbe Mendel is a single father who teaches the Talmud, a sacred text of Judaism, to the boys of his small Polish town. Behind closed doors, he also instructs his daughter Yentl, despite the fact that girls are forbidden to study religious scripture. When Yentl's father dies, she still has a strong desire to learn about her faith, so she disguises herself as a male, enrolls in a religious school, and unexpectedly finds love along the way. This sounds like a movie custom designed to make me hate it. I'm just saying.
There you go. Yeah, Von says it's about empowering women. It's got a point.
I'm sorry, empowering women by getting them to be religious? Fuck that.
Well, in other words, she's doing something she wasn't allowed to do.
Yeah, but she's also doing something she shouldn't want to do. I don't
Oh,
know.
my.
See women empowered, I'll watch Xena.
There you go.
But old country Polish village with a chick who wants to be religious? Are you kidding me? Not a spaceship or alien or robot or laser gun in sight? Why on earth would any...
There you are.
Anyway, food now. I'll talk to you later.
Take care, hon. See you Tuesday.
Bub. Yep.
Oh my, oh my, oh my. Kate Farr has left the building. Oh, now you get to see my ugly mug twice. Yeah, that's the way that works. There you go. And here we are at St. Alfonso's Pancake Breakfast, where I stole the margarine and wheedled on the bingo cards in lieu of a latrine. I saw a handsome parish lady make her entrance like a queen. And she was totally senile, and her old man was a Marine. Oh well. Oh my, women don't come with batteries included. No. Not batteries. Oh my. Oh my, oh my. Everybody tells me to stop putting myself down, but I'm not sure how I would go about that because I have a bad back, so it's kind of hard to pick myself up first, and I know be over there. Yeah, there you go. Say hello to Bob. Oh my, oh my, oh my. Yeah, and then there are the women who insist that all the batteries they have are for the game controllers. Um, I had wanted to get some fish this past was it Thursday. I ended up bringing a microwave oven home instead. They did not have what I was looking for. So I'm going to go back probably this Wednesday because they said they'll put my desire on order. It's looking for a certain type of fish called a platy. And so this coming week, yeah, I should have a few more fishies. And yeah, actually, it was interesting when I was. I still have to do a little bit of a water change, but also I skimmed the surface of the water in there, got rid of a good bit of the duckweed because it had just totally covered the surface and was making it hard to feed the little guys. So yep, and that's yeah. Kate had something like 2 dozen AA batteries in a pack, and they're for the controller, I swear. Oh, tapejato colquesta. Ducking weed, yes. Yeah, it may be getting cold next week. I certainly hope I can get up there. If I could, I'd like to get there Tuesday early in the day and then do the show later in the day, but I think that won't work out too well. So we'll see what happens on Wednesday. And well, just to stabilize the fishies in the canvas bag I'll use to take them home, I'll have some sort of a towel arrangement, if you will. And you always know where your towel is. And well, the other thing I could do is I could hire a car to come home, but that's $20 that I'd rather not spend. Yeah, duckweed is definitely edible. I don't know. Maybe I should have some on my salads. Like the alfalfa sprouts. That little thing. It's cute. I'll tell you. The pair of leaves with the root of the stem or whatever it is hanging down into the water. And then yeah, multiplies like crazy. Yeah. Yeah, what I'll do is why don't I have a look over here at what we've got? Let's see. Weather.com, Teperasta. And we're going to do, let's see, let's try hourly first. Okay, for the rest of today, I'm looking at mid to low 70s tonight into the high 60s. Monday, okay, mid to low 60s. Starting at midnight, and by noon into the mid to high 70s. Tuesing Day. Okay, Tuesing Day, it is down into the 50s already. Yeah. With showers, that's going to be shitloads of fun. And it's just too bad I can't go Monday, but the stuff won't be in on Monday. Yeah, the deliveries arrive on Tuesdays. And then there's this cat. There's this cat. What is being a cat? So for all I know, don't like the idea, but for all I know, I may end up spending $20 to come home by car. Just stay out of the damned rain. I hate spending money that I don't need to spend, but... And then there's this kiddiness. Yes, you are the kiddiness. Oh, kitty. I don't know about some people's kitties. Yeah, I know that feeling, Purple. This one over here gets cuddlier as it gets colder. I expect that soon enough she will consent to get under the covers with me. Yeah, they swim around in there. They're little neon tetras. And what I'm thinking is, while I'm getting the platies, I'm wondering if I shouldn't get another half dozen neons. Yeah, we'll see what happens. It is the thing and the stuff. And the stuff and the thing. What am I talking about? I have no idea what I'm talking about. But that's just the way it is. Oh, my word, my word, my word. So, yeah, we're going to continue on Tuesday this wonderful political og stuff covering the conspiracy theory bullshit that the Pennsylvania Fascist Party has been sending over here. The one I showed earlier, I think everybody here has seen this one already. The one that reads, "The media is controlling what you know. They don't want you to know the truth." Yeah. Just amazes the hell out of me that anybody, well, it amazes me that anybody who expects to be taken seriously puts this stuff out. But then again, they're this stuff, their target audience takes this shit seriously. I don't know if National Enquirer is still out there, but if it is, they've got to be making some big sales. Yeah, 60 Celsius, yeah, is over halfway to boiling the water from an ice cube. Well, I think I'm going to kind of close things. One of the things I'm noticing is the fatigue is starting to show up. And I got out of bed at about 9 a.m. and I'm ready to go back in. It's not fun, but I guess that's what happens when you get to this point. You start checking off the symptoms one after another, and this happens to be one of them. So, yeah, drone attacking Rupert Murdoch doesn't sound like a bad idea. And the thing is that people suggest I take a nap, but they never tell me where to take it. You know, I understand that I've got a few naps around here, but where should I take it? How should I carry them? Should I put them in a plastic bag? You're never gonna quit, are you, Purple? Oh my. I don't know that I have the time, honey. Yeah, in a knapsack. That's a good one. I like that. Yes. Oh, I truly don't know if I'd have the time. Oh my. Don't forget, Pro would take about a year to get cleared for a place, and of course, as you had to, I'd have to go out there just for the interview. That's the word I was looking for, and then come back and then wait and everything. Oh my. I don't know how much time I've got left, okay? Well, that's probably what's going to happen to me, Redacted. Yeah, drop into the bed, say about 1600. Well, say about 1700 hours, and wake up at 0500. But that's, what can I tell you? It's, what's nice is at least I'm going to get to miss the theocracy. Einstein's theory of relativity. Don't live with your relatives. But yeah, it's going to be fun. It's going to be interesting. Anyway, yeah, there's the thing. It's unfortunate that they won't annex PA. Well, I don't know that they want to annex anything in this country. United States of Canada does sound fun. It really does. And that's the way it goes. Is it's all the fun stuff. Well, I'll tell you what, kids. It's not the sleepiness. It's it's another of the symptoms, the dry eyes. So I'll close those eyes and get them wet and lubricated. Because dry eyes happens to be another symptom. Anyway, I'll take care of a few things over here, and then we'll see what we can do and stuff and things. And in the meantime, I'm going to say I want to thank everybody who's here, and I want to thank everyone who's not here. So some really great stuff. Love you guys. It's nice to be appreciated. And yeah. Thanks, guys. Thank you for everything. Oh, well. Thanks a lot, troops. See you on the other side.